Yeah. Okay. Yes, I got you. Actually, if you will, give me 1 second. I'm trying to. Where is. Hold on, sorry. I'm trying to adjust some things. All right, good. We have 200 now.
Commented as someone said no audio. We'll be live with audio momentarily.
Oh yeah, if you want to switch and log in as you, do that.
Mm-hmm.
Good Sunday morning. It is 2:30 on our Sunday. I'm meteorologist Nicholas Herboso, joined by meteorologist Jennifer Lambers. We're giving you an update on thunderstorms that are rolling through the area. I do have some good news, though. The overall severe weather event has generally underperformed at this point, and there are no active severe weather warnings across the entire Fox 10 viewing area. So that is where we are here at 2:30 a.m. joined by meteorologist Jennifer Lambert. She's going to be running radar for us here. We are going to be live for a little bit as this thing rolls through. I have our Facebook chat pulled up right here so I can see your comments as well. I asked where some people are watching from. Sarah from Midtown, Barbara from Lucedale, West Mobile, Sam, Dawes from Lillian, Elizabeth watching in Citronelle, Caitlin watching from Theodore. Thank you so much. Be sure to put in the chat there where you're watching from, and we'll be sure to kind of touch on a lot of these locations here as the storms are rolling through. At this point, I really have good news. This is quiet. This is not severe. Actually, a lot of the storms have been staying below severe limits, so this has been good news for us. For folks in Mobile at this point, we do have rain. We do have thunder that is going on, but at this point, nothing is severe. So let's, Jennifer, let's pull out and actually kind of reset and see who is in, who's out, who's in the threat zone still and who's not in the threat zone. I can go ahead and give a storm all clear. So if I call out your location here, go to bed, have a good night. We can talk to George County, Greene County, all clear. Far northern Mobile County. I'm talking like, what would that be? Citronelle kind of area. Far northern Mobile County. You are all clear. Washington County, we can also give you an all clear. The entirety of Clark County, from Grove Hill to Thomasville to Jackson, Coffeyville, we can give you an all clear as well. Monroeville, we can give you an all clear. Franklin, Beatrice, we can give you all clear. Pretty much all the way down to southern Monroe County, all clear as well. The only concern area that we have at this point is along Interstate 65 in Mobile, Baldwin County, right here, and points off to the east. So Baldwin County, we still do have the chance that some of these thunderstorms could ramp up just a bit. Mobile, we have rain going on right now. This is all below severe limits, but we do have storms that are still ongoing. Also, if you're in Hurley, Van Cleve, Mississippi, all the way down to Pascagoula, you also still have thunderstorms that are going on. Dauphin Island, we do have some thunderstorms very near you at this point, but those are below severe limits. That is a good thing for us to see. Atmore, you have rain going on at this point. You see this area of red here. That is slowly coming your way. So if you're in Atmore at this point, you're going to get a little more heavy rain in just a bit here. It's kind of slow moving here. It's taking its time to get across the area. This southern half of the line is definitely lagging behind here. Saraland, you are actually in some of the heavier storms right now. Same thing for Satsuma. Let's see, USA Campus, all parts of West Mobile here, Midtown Mobile, in some of the moderate rain. Dawes, just south of the airport here, we have one little thunder cell here. Otherwise, some heavy rain that's going on, right now in West Mobile, far West Mobile, near Big Creek Lake as well. And then going over to Jackson County, we mentioned it just a second ago, Hurley, Big Point, some of those locations dealing with heavy rain. But again, nice thing to know, all of this is going to be below severe limits. So Jennifer, you're also monitoring the chat at this point. Seeing any comments out there?
Definitely seeing power outages between a lot of folks. I'm seeing some of those between Monroeville. I just got one from Chunchula. So it's really just dependent upon your location. Just know that you're not alone. We will continue this live stream as these storms continue to push through Mobile and Baldwin County. So you're not alone. We'll continue to talk about these. But the good news, as Nick's been mentioning, that these are continuing to stay below those severe limits. That's why we don't have any of those active severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, it's just some stronger thunderstorms that are moving through. Still some of those gusty winds getting closer towards 40 to 50 miles per hour in some spots. So that's what's leading to some of that. Chastity just said that the lights are out in 8 Mile. Also just starting to see some more of those. I was checking in with Alabama Power, really noticing the significant power outages. Those are going to be closer towards Gulf Crest, so just on the north side there of Chunchula. Also noticing some closer towards Mount Vernon. I had some reports near Monroeville, seeing those are mainly just isolated. Some on the north side there of Uri, about 79 customers without power. Noticing additional ones closer towards Purdue Hill and up towards Grove Hill. So any areas that have already seen this line, starting to just notice some of those. Also out between Wilmer and Tanner Williams, quite a few power outages, about 238 customers without power right along Howes Ferry Road and also Wilmer Road. So if you're just closer towards that western side of Big Creek Lake and you live near Howes Ferry, you live near Wilmer Road, just know you're not alone. Again, almost 300 customers there currently without power. So the crews will have to wait for these storms to pass through for them to go ahead and restore some of that power. So again, we'll continue to keep you updated here. I did get one. Samuel said Dauphin in Florida has no power. So it's just starting to see some of that, some of these strong winds that are still embedded within some of these storms. It has been raining just a little bit, so it won't take much for some of those tree limbs to possibly just fall on some of those power lines. So not widespread power outages, mainly just starting to see some of those isolated ones. Melanie says she's in Chunchula, heavy rain and blinking power. Also, Audrey says no power and damage in Camden, Alabama. So we'll continue just to track some of these. Just trying to see where we're seeing more of these showers moving through. Decent little thunderstorm moving through Mobile Bay right there on the south side of I-10, Nicholas.
Yeah, so I think what I want to do based on how the comments are going at this point and just kind of seeing where everybody's doing, I think everybody's getting kind of woken up at this point. So let's pull out again to the big picture again, and let's just kind of work county by county here. So let's start in Greene County. We're going to go all the way down. I'm just going to start calling out cities and kind of breaking down what's happening. So right now we're here in Greene County. If you are in Sand Hill, Clark, Byrd, Leakesville, Royce, Vernal, any of these places in Greene County, Mississippi, Browntown as well, Vinegar Bend, we can give you an all clear. What is happening right now? It might still be a bit breezy out there. We do have some winds that are coming out of the north now at this point behind the main line. The temperature difference between the front of the line, the back of the line is actually rather incredible. This is a cold front associated system, so it is blowing in colder air. But you can see this is just light rain here on the radar. It's on the bottom end of the scale, and as we get the new scan in, you know, it's not a lot happening. So this is an all clear. This is an all clear for Greene County. You can go to bed. If you're in Leakesville, you are good. One little lightning strike, lone lightning strike there. Going down to George County here, it's also looking good. Oh, okay, I can control. Let's see.
It's back up.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh, you lost
I
the
lost
control?
the monitor for a
okay.
little bit, yeah.
I was about to say, we can do it either way. So let's take it down to George County here, and there you go. Lucedale, we do still have some moderate rain. Agricola as well. So this is Mississippi 613, moderate rain, but this is also an all clear. You are behind the main line, so no severe threat for you. You can go to bed. Bendale as well, I can give you the all clear at this point. It's looking good here. Just some light to moderate rain and maybe even a couple rumbles of thunder embedded in there as well. We go south, closer to Interstate 10 here. Van Cleve, Three Rivers, Big Point, Hurley. This is 614. This is Mississippi 63. This is Mississippi 57 here. We have this one band of heavier thunderstorms. This is not an all clear in Jackson County. This is not an all clear in Jackson County, because these are still some thunderstorms that are a bit stronger. You might be dealing with gusty winds at this point. I don't know if there's anybody in Van Cleve or that area in Jackson County that can let us know what's going on there. But these are kind of some stronger storms at this point. Not severe, not severe, not severe, but there are thunderstorms. Let's go south of Interstate 10. Gulf Park Estates, Biloxi, D'Iberville. D'Iberville, Biloxi, you're starting to get out of it at this point, but we go to Hickory Hills along 90 in between Pascagoula and Ocean Springs here. We do have some heavier downpours at this point. You even see a little bit of lightning there just offshore, a lot of lightning. Pascagoula, you're kind of in a break at this very second, but you have more storms around you. Once again, in Jackson County, you still have actual thunderstorms that are going on. So we're keeping an eye on these. This is not an all clear. You're going to take a second for the thunderstorms to roll through. In Jackson County, give us about an hour and then you'll be just fine. Here's Pascagoula right here. This is just kind of south of 90 here, and we'll start to get to southern Mobile County here. We do have some heavy rain that is falling. Grand Bay, Coden, the state line is right here. This is the state line. This is Interstate 10. That's 90 there where it gets really close to Interstate 10. We have one bigger thunderstorm here. If you're in Grand Bay at this point, anybody in Grand Bay, yeah, we have some lightning and thunder going on there. It might be a bit rowdy. That's the kind of thunderstorm that might wake you up. It is very heavy rain. Moving on over, we have code in with light rain at this point, but this is not an all clear. You do still have thunderstorms in the area in southern Mobile County. Irvington's right here. This is 90. In between Irvington and Theodore, we have one heavier downpour, not severe, but one heavier downpour. Laurendine Road here, you're good at this point, just a moderate to heavy downpour. We do still have thunderstorms that could be stronger here over the next little bit, over the next hour or so. Down Fowl River, Deschamps, we're doing good here. Faustinus, we're doing good here. However, we have thunderstorms in the vicinity, so just be ready for that. In Mobile itself, we do have some thunderstorms in the area. McGowan Park, actually now we're starting to get some rain here. If you're on DIP, Hollinger's Island, you do have some heavy rain that is falling. Also some lightning at this point. This is non-severe at this moment. This is non-severe, but it is still packing a little bit of a punch with some heavy rain. Heavy rain right now at the airport. Here's Dawes. You can see that we have like moderate rain there. Going to Midtown in West Mobile here. This is the University of South Alabama campus. Here's Old Shell Road, and then Airport, and then Government here. And you can see all areas along Interstate 65 here in Midtown and West Mobile have some heavy rain that we are now hearing on our roof here at Fox 10. It is heavy rain, but it's below severe limits, so that's a good thing to see. Big Creek Lake, Tanner Williams Road, Grand Bay Wilmer Road here. You have some heavy rain going on. It's below severe limits, so that's a good thing to talk about. Pritchard, you have some heavy rain going on at this point as well. And then Saraland, Satsuma as well. Jennifer, we have some light to moderate rain going on at this point, but so far, again, no severe weather at this moment, Jennifer.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I will say that I am still getting in a lot of power outage reports from a lot of folks here in Mobile County. So just going to try and run through some of those again, just going back to some of those other ones that I had been mentioning out in Wilmer. So Wilmer Road closer towards Howes Ferry Road, about 300 folks without power there. Also just closer towards Baker High School, starting to see that there's about 75 residents without power just on the south side there of Baker High School near O'Hara Drive and also Oaks Drive there. So on the south side of Airport Boulevard. So you're not alone if you are experiencing any of those power outages. A really small one closer towards Cottage Hill Road and Hillcrest Road. Just starting to see that. Looks like some businesses there that could be without power for any folks. And then also quite a few folks out in Tillman's Corner, just closer towards I-10 on the east side there of Government. So closer towards Rangeline and Tillman's Corner and I-10 right there. About 128 folks without power near Cypress Shores. And then moving just a little bit further south near Muddy Creek, so Bellingrath Road, just closer towards Theodore High School, about 100 folks without power. If you're just on the west side of Theodore Industrial Park, noticing that there's quite a few power outages. Very isolated ones closer towards Coden, and then also additional ones right near Crichton, north and south portions there. New power outage just popping up. This one is showing... Oh, this one's a pretty decent one. So this is going to be closer towards Dauphin Street. I believe we had someone that said Dauphin in Florida that they didn't have power. This one is going to be about 2,800 folks that are going to be impacted by this one. So that's Dauphin Street, that's Old Shell Road, and that's Spring Hill Avenue right on the east side of I-65. So extending just closer towards Airport Boulevard as it extends down. So if you're located on the east side of I-65, closer towards Spring Hill, Old Shell, Dauphin, and extending down towards Airport, then you're likely going to be experiencing some of those power outages. So we're only seeing more and more of these beginning to pop up. Folks are not alone out there. It's heavy rain, still breezy. I was driving in closer towards midnight, and even ahead of this line of storms, it was real breezy right there on the Bayway. So it's best not to be driving in any of this just because we have the low visibility mixed with those breezy winds. If you don't have to be on the roads right now, I highly recommend not doing so. But we have a lot of folks that are joining us just waking up from some of these storms. Nicholas has been saying it that we're just starting to see some of these below severe limits, but just now seeing one of those new severe thunderstorm warnings popping up for our inland counties closer towards Conecuh County there. Nicholas.
Yeah, so this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Conecuh County, and that is going to go until 3:30 this morning. So I'm going to let you take control, Jen, there, and let's hop up there and take a look at this. By the way, I also have the outage map pulled up, and we might pull that up a second, but I just want to note that I need to update this real quick. I think we're in total about 5,000 out in Mobile County. I think that's the number there in Mobile County specifically. And looking elsewhere, it looks like Washington County might be doing okay there. Clark County might be doing okay, not seeing too much there. But Mobile County does look like we have more outages at this point. All right, let's talk about this severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. It's going to be until 3:30 here. The threat: severe thunderstorm with winds possibly up around 60 miles per hour. This is going to be some counties outside the Fox 10 viewing area, but you might be joining us outside of the Fox 10 viewing area. So this is going to be Butler, Conecuh County, which is in our area, then Covington and Crenshaw counties in Alabama. The line, wow, that thing is very close to me. The line is right along Interstate 65 here from Castleberry all the way up to Greenville, Alabama. And this is going to be moving off to the east. And what's the forward speed on this thing? This is probably around 50, I would assume. Jen, what is the forward speed? Anything?
Not yet.
Okay, let me see. Let's see here. Where's the text? There we go. 55 miles per hour there. So this thing's moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. And it is packing a punch with the winds of 60. So this thing is going to be, we could get a track on this. We could probably push this off to the east at 55 and see how this is going to do. If you're in Andalusia, that is going to be coming your way as well. But overall, this is one of the only severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in our local area. And moving to the east at around 55, we have this in Brooks, Alabama, which is just outside the Fox 10 viewing area at 252 here. So that's when that leading edge will get to you. Red level at 301, Laverne at 304. Brantley at 309 and Bradley at 313 here. And those, Bruton actually down here, you do have some increased lightning right now just off to the west of Bruton. This is going to be sliding through Escambia County. This part of the line is not under a severe warning. However, I have to say there's a little more lightning with that, so we have to watch that closely. Here is Bruton. If you're joining us from Bruton right now, it is probably very light rain at this point. You're probably hearing the thunder. It is probably very windy, but the actual line itself is pushing in here, and that is going to currently impact Wallace, Little Rock along Interstate 65, heading into Bruton very, very shortly within the next few minutes, Jennifer.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so just continuing to get more and more power outages. So again, folks, you are not alone. A lot of these continuing to stay under those severe limits, but still noticing some breezy winds associated with them. The storm is moving at 55 miles per hour. It's getting in and out of here just between Mobile County. And we're even noticing more of those areas that are in the all clear. So Citronelle, Mount Vernon, Chunchula, Gulf Crest, Georgetown, even Wilmer now. You're going to be in the all clear from some of those strong storms. Probably still just seeing some of that light rain, some of those breezy winds on the back side of it. And so although you might not have power at this time, just know that you are okay. We have no active tornado warnings out there. The tornado watch is being trimmed off of all of those areas that are on the back side of the system. The only severe thunderstorm warning that we're even seeing at this time is going to be closer towards Conecuh County. So really our inland areas. Mobile, Baldwin County is currently not under any of those alerts besides that tornado watch that's still in place. So again, quite a few power outages associated with this system, beginning to push into Baldwin County. So Stapleton down towards Spanish Fort, Malbus, Daphne, you're now starting to get some of the isolated rain just ahead of it. So Lake Forest area down there, Bell Forest about to see some of that. Fairhope still mostly quiet. You're likely hearing some of that thunder and lightning as it's crossing over Mobile Bay. Loxley, Robertsdale, Summerdale, Point Clear, just down towards Alberta, still quiet. Foley extending down towards Gulf Shores into Orange Beach, Bon Secours. You're seeing just an isolated thunderstorm just ahead of this. So picking up some of those lightning strikes in it, but you could possibly see some of those breezy winds associated just ahead of this storm or as it's moving through, but also seeing quite a bit of lightning beginning to pick up closer towards Coden and Bayou La Batterie, Irvington, Grand Bay area. So likely very loud and stormy at this point, Nick.
Yeah, and it's the frequent lightning. It's the very gusty winds. Even though it's below severe limits, it's still gusty winds. And that is what's leading to a lot of these power outages that we are seeing. So here's Interstate 10, Grand Bay, Irvington, Theodore. We look south of this. This is one of the stronger storms we have with the most lightning happening. So if you're in southern Mobile County, you're dealing with a stronger storm at this point. But the good news is it is below severe limits technically. We say that just to clarify what that is. Severe limits, according to the National Weather Service, is a very specific definition. There's good reason for it to be a very specific definition. They define damaging winds as winds of 58 miles per hour or greater. So these thunderstorms have to meet that wind qualification, or 1 inch diameter hail or larger, in order to get a severe thunderstorm warning. And a majority of our storms this morning simply are not meeting that classification. That is why we are not seeing severe thunderstorm warnings, even though it may seem like severe weather to you. Looking just a bit more north, Battleship Park right here, we have some very heavy rain that is falling at this point. If you are near Hollinger's Island, this is DIP here. This is range line, so just south of Interstate 10, south of downtown Mobile. Some of the heaviest rain that is falling at this point. Folks, in downtown Mobile, we have some of the heaviest rain falling as well. And then in Baldwin County, we do still have heavy rain, especially in the northern part of the county. Here's Interstate 10 in Baldwin County. Points north all the way up to Bay Minette, top of the county there in Baldwin County. That is where the storms are right now. If you're in southern Baldwin County, we don't have as much going on right now, but you are still in line. I'm talking Foley, Fairhope. You are still in line for storms later on. So here is a look at southern Baldwin County, and you can see one small storm that's isolated ahead of the line here, but not posing any threat at this point. Currently about to cross the intersection of 59 and 98 there in downtown Foley. So some light to moderate rain. This is not severe at all. If you're in Bon Secour, we maybe have a couple rumbles of thunder. That wasn't too long ago. But otherwise, just some rain that is falling, and some very light rain all the way down to Gulf Shores as well. And there's the shower now moving off to the east. So Foley has just gotten its rain. Now it's Alberta here. Again, if you're in southern Baldwin County, Magnolia Springs, Barnwell, Fish River, Summerdale, Silver Hill, Fairhope, Alberta, Seminole, Lillian, the thunderstorms, the big thunderstorms, are still over here off to our west. These have to work their way towards you, so we've got some time before the bigger thunderstorms come your way. Again, Jen, this part in southern Mobile County is particularly strong. Not severe, but particularly strong. Lots of lightning happening with that one. And I'm actually going to...
I did want to share a report that we got into from Jennifer Champion-Moe. She said strong winds moved a steel grill canopy at Skyland Park off of Highway 90 in Mobile. So really seeing some of the reports of those strong winds out there.
And I actually, this is a great point here. If you have any reports of wind damage, what you can do is head to the Fox 10 weather app. If you can take a picture of anything that has happened, send that in. It is relatively easy for us to get that on air, so we would love to see those pictures. Also, you can send pictures on social media, but then we'll send you the link to submit it to the app. You can also submit it online. If you go to fox10tv.com, submit those photos there. If you have any pictures of damage or trees down or anything, I understand it's really windy out there. So any weather photos, we will take them and love to put them on air, so please do send them in. And yes?
Yeah, we have one photo already submitted from Camden showing a tree down in the road.
And where is that submitted?
On Zoom.
Let's see. And I will pull that up.
Yeah,
Audrey sent this in. Let me go ahead and pull this up. And if you'll give me 1 second.
No, you're fine. And then just so again, for the folks that are just now tuning in, if you're just likely waking up from some of these storms, a lot of this staying below severe limit, only one severe thunderstorm warning closer towards Conecuh County as that tracks through Evergreen right now. But down towards Bruton, this line is beginning to move into you. Flomaton, Century, you're right on that leading edge of it, beginning to move through Escambia County, Florida. So Bratt, Florida, you're beginning to notice some of that heavy rain, likely hearing some of that. Bluff Springs, McDavid, Bay Springs, you're about to see that line move through. Portions of Baldwin County, Gateswood, Loxley, the majority of Daphne right on the leading edge of that. Bell Forest, Robertsdale, you're likely hearing some of that. Down towards Fairhope into Point Clear. Summerdale, you're still going to have a little bit, along with Foley. You just had some of those isolated showers, and then the majority of Mobile County engulfed in this, whether it's some of that moderate to light rain on the backside, but that leading edge is mainly going to be pushing through southern Mobile County.
Yeah, and let's get to that photo
Yeah.
that we had here. So this is it. This is in Camden. This is Wilcox County, so it's technically outside the Fox 10 viewing area, but very close. This is the kind of stuff that we've been seeing all across central Alabama. They've had some really strong thunderstorms, and of course some of the tail ends of that getting closer to the Fox 10 viewing area, and this is some of the damage. This was on 41 South in Camden. That is the kind of southern part of Camden there. So if you in Wilcox County, kind of damage that we're seeing with thunderstorms and power outages as well, just because of some of the strong winds that are out there. Thank you for sending those photos in. Again, send them in on the Fox 10 Weather app. It is easy. You can download the Fox 10 Weather app with a QR code right there, as always. That's a really easy way for us to get those in here. Let's switch back to Max here behind me and actually take a look at the radar. Here we go, Spanish Fort, Malbus. We do still have heavy rain that is falling. This line kind of consolidating a little bit more, Jen, it seems like. Right now, Lake Forest, Daphne High School, Malbus, County Road 13, US 90 here in Malbus, Spanish Fort. Daphne, northern side of Daphne, Bayfront Park, we have heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds going on there as well. If you're in Fairhope right now, we do not. If you're Fairhope right now, we do not have anything going on at this very second, but look off to your west. You have all of those thunderstorms that are rolling in, so be ready for that later on this morning. If we can go north a little bit, Jen, I'd like to see what's going on in some of these places. This is northern Escambia County now in Florida. So here's northern Escambia County. This is Baldwin, there's Stapleton, there's Gateswood, this is Alabama 112. Pineville, you actually are on the back edge of the leading line here, the leading squall line. So northern Escambia County, we do have some lightning and some gusty winds happening. Fomenton and Century right now just on the leading edge of the line with some lightning that is popping there. If you're in Atmore at this point, you're on the back edge of the leading line, but you still have thunderstorms that are going on. Interstate 65 right here. Wallace, Foshee, Osaka, Bruton, Kirkland, all in the thunderstorms at this point. Bruton, we called you out a second ago. Now you're starting to get some of that rain. And then we go up to our actual severe thunderstorm warning, which continues for about 30 minutes or so here. This is for Conecuh County. If you're in Castleberry, very strong gusty winds right now. This is US 84 in between Evergreen and getting outside of the Fox 10 viewing area in red level. You do still have some heavy rain, likely some gusty winds going on there. Can we check the velocity?
Yeah.
Actually on this? I'm curious. Okay, this is, the velocity is, I'll tell you something, with this line that has been rolling through, we've been watching the velocity product all evening, and it has been some of the noisiest velocity readings I have ever seen. It's almost impossible to tell anything out of this. I mean, as you're zooming around, you can see
Trying to find a
it
better
just kind
radar
of looks
site.
like it looks like a bucket of spilled paint, and I'll be honest, it really does look like that because it is very, very noisy today. But reflectivity is still showing us kind of the bigger picture of what's going on. Let's actually keep going north. I'd like to get up to Wilcox County here. So here's Camden, where we had that photo of the tree down there. This is the big line that pushed through here. If we keep going north, here's Montgomery, Montgomery County here. We do have a tornado warning that is outside of the Fox 10 viewing area, but I just want to kind of mention this. This is Auburn right here. This is Tuskegee. So this is for, I believe it is Macon County, if I'm correct, Jen. If you could query that, I believe it's Macon County that is under the tornado warning at this point. And then another small tornado warning. It looks like this one may be allowed to expire too. This is interesting. This is an observed tornado warning here in Macon. This is outside the Fox 10 viewing area, south of Auburn, south of Tuskegee. But you can see that signature located, there it is, right there. And this is pushing off to the east. So if you know anybody here in Macon County, Alabama, we're live streaming right now. We're not on TV, so we can kind of branch out and talk about other places. But it does look like if they're calling this an observed tornado warning, the Weather Service in Birmingham here along US 80. There it is. Wow. Yeah, look at that. So there's a debris signature right here near Liverpool in Macon County, and this is going to be moving off to the north here. Tuskegee, the center of Tuskegee is located right here, and then 8029 is your road.
Yeah, that's a big
that
one.
is
Cross Keys. Right on the north side of Cross Keys there. I'm backing it up a little bit.
And this is this is kind of like a textbook, and look, there it goes. It looks like it's gone at that point. The debris signature at least is gone, but that is a very textbook kind of QLCS tornado that we typically see in the squall line. Again, this is in Macon County, outside of the Fox 10 viewing area. Know anybody in this area near Tuskegee, though, let them know. You can see on reflectivity the kink in the line there. You have a little bit of turning of the winds happening right there, and that's where we had that tornado. That was a confirmed tornado that we saw on debris there. Auburn, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. The actual tornado warning here is just off to your south. Then we look points off to the north. Here's Alexander City, just kind of giving you reference in Wetumpka in Alabama. So we're now kind of in central Alabama here, just going up the line. The main squall line's off to the east here, about to impact places like Auburn, Roanoke as well, and then eventually moving into Georgia. It looks like places like Birmingham, Alabaster, Clanton, Sylacauga, even Gadsden and Tuscaloosa all are in the all clear at this point. So quickly going to go up the line, though. There was good to kind of check, and you can see it's also getting into Georgia at this point. Coming back to the Fox 10 viewing area, who's in, who's out, who's in the all clear, who's not in the all clear. I do have some news, and Jennifer, I just saw this. We've removed we've removed Monroe County from the tornado watch here. We can give an all clear now to northern Baldwin County. Good night, northern Baldwin County, if you're north of Interstate 65 in Baldwin County. North of Interstate 65 in Baldwin County. Good night, sleep well. If you're in Clark County, good night, sleep well. If you're in Washington County, have a good night. Citronelle, Mount Vernon, Chanchula, Saraland, Sims, Wilmer. We can go ahead and give you the all clear at this point as well. So anywhere north of 45 in Mobile County, we can give you an all clear. Big Creek Lake, if you're around Big Creek Lake, immediately we can give you an all clear. You can go to bed. If you're right near the airport, we can give you an all clear. You can go to bed. Magnolia Grove as well. USA campus. The main part of the line is past you. Your severe weather threat is done. You might even notice that it's getting cooler out there. Union Church, this is the Dawes area. Here's Dawes Road, Jeff Hamilton Road, Seven Hills. These areas, we're wrapping this thing up, so you can probably go to bed at this point. It's pretty much everywhere south of Interstate 10, Jen, and Mobile County that is dealing with the storms at this point. North of Interstate 10, we're definitely seeing improving conditions.
In Mobile County, yeah. So,
in Mobile County.
Yeah, so if you're on the north side of I-10 there, then you're good. Just starting to see areas that it's moving through. Baldwin County, I was going to go ahead and do the velocity just to see the winds on it. Ooh. More impressive in southern Mobile County, Mobile Bay.
Yeah, and actually this is a good point. With the pictures that we were looking at up there, we were far away from the radar, so it was way more noisy when we were looking inland. Now we're closer to the radar, and this is a much better signature. If we could query actually some of these with that velocity query, I'd love to see what this is over the bay. Bellefontaine, Faustinus, you do still have some of that heavy rain going on at this point, and probably some gusty winds there. Let me see about that.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, velocity of 51 miles per hour, so that is not severe. And again, it is slightly aloft that we're measuring this, but it's gusty winds, and that could maybe knock out some power, especially with the gusts around 50. You see 43 miles per hour there just on the eastern shore. That's just south of Doleaf Bay there, kind of south of Lake Forest community there. In Malbus, you do still have some heavy wind that is going on as well with heavy rain. All this is moving towards the eastern shore. Point Clear, Fairhope, Fairhope High School, Fish River, Barnwell, Weeks Bay down there, Magnolia Springs. This is coming to you within the next hour or so. It is not severe, but it's still gusty, so be ready for that. Stapleton down to Loxley on interstate. On Highway 59, you do see we have lightning, we have velocity, we have wind, I should say, here. And actually a little bit of an uptick in lightning on the backside of the squall line there that we can see. Daphne, right now you're getting some of the heavy rain. Loxley, you're about to get into it. Stapleton as well. Gateswood along 112, you are also getting into some of that rain at this point. I'm going to check in on the Facebook comments. Chris, what's going on in Pensacola? Let's go over here to Pensacola and see what's going on at this point. Good news, nothing right now. We have some showers here that are going on. Seminole here right on the Perdido River. We do have some rain that is falling, but this is good. You're clear. However, in Pensacola, you've got some time before it actually gets to Pensacola. It might even be a couple hours before it gets to Pensacola, or an hour or so before it gets to Pensacola, because that is the main line that is all the way over there in Mobile and Baldwin counties right now. So that is, you know, a decent ways away. So it's going to take some time for that to get here. Jen, you have something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I just got a report from Ann Adams in Excel, which is just on the east side there of Frisco City, just a little bit to the northeast of Atmore. And she said that my tin roof is completely gone off my house in Excel, and my parents' carport in Excel is also gone.
All right, so I was about to say, let's go up there real quick. Oh, yeah, there's some heavy rain going on Flomaton Century J there, but let's go up and see what happened there. And you can see some of the heavy rain that is going on there. And you see, where would you see that report, Jen?
I was on the Facebook comments.
All right. And we will look at that, of course. And remember, if you have any reports, please send them in to us. And you can do that through the chat there. So just, where's Monroeville? Where are we there? Oh, there we are. Yeah, let's push that back on the radar and let's see kind of what we're looking at there. So this is the radar 250, 240. We're going back in time here. You can see the line, the heavier part of the line here. And there you go. And Jen, can you zoom out just a little bit? You know, it's funny. This is the spot that actually got severe warned just a little later. If we're right here, there's the line that goes through. It's not terribly impressive, but it's just a little bit. And this is the thing. The wind dynamics are enough where we could get, there it is, it intensifies just a little bit, a very brief strong wind gust, and that could cause damage like that. If you have any photos, of course, of damage that is happening in your area, we want to see those. Submit that on the Fox 10 weather app. I'm monitoring that as we speak, see if we get anything in here. But right now, I'm not seeing anything new on the Fox 10 weather app from photo submissions. But thank you for the report so much. Thank you for the report. No power in Bay Minette from Deborah. Tawana is watching us from Bay Minette. It looks like Bay Minette, we might have had kind of a stronger part of the line there. Even still some heavy rain going on. Even though Bay Minette, you're one of my places where at this point you're getting into the all clear. Here's Hurricane along 225 in Baldwin County. You are now in the light rain, so you're pretty much past the severe threat. A little burst of lightning there, Jen, in Spanish Fort. Just a strong thunderstorm, though, at this point. Rain is now calming down in Mobile, downtown Mobile at least. South DIP, there's Alabama 163 DIP, all the way down 193. It does look like we still have some active weather going on there. And let's see.
It's like a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Bruton, we called you out there, and this one is going, let me see the details on this one. This is going to be going until 3:45 a.m., moving to the east at 60 miles per hour this time. So we're going to kind of focus in on this one because this is a populated area, of course, Bruton. So if you're in Bruton right now, right on top of you is a severe thunderstorm. You're probably getting some strong winds. You're probably getting the lightning and thunder at this point. This is moving off to the eastern part of Escambia County, Alabama. Escambia County, Alabama. Now, if you are in Escambia County, Florida, if you're in Century, don't worry, you're still getting a strong storm, a very strong storm. But the Weather Service has decided to go with the warning for Escambia County. And let me know, Jen, if you see any specifics on that or if you see anything on the velocity. But here right now, this is Bruton, South Bruton. Dixonville is in the line for this to come your way very, very soon. Folks that are on 29 in eastern Escambia County, Alabama, you're about to get this thing. And then you can see Rock Hill, Bruton, Pollard there. There's Flomaton down there. Some of the heaviest part of this storm that is rolling through at this point. What is the velocity looking like on that, Jen? Noisy, very noisy. But you see some pockets here of the brighter colors here. So this is your wind product. We're essentially looking at winds and some of the higher numbers, 50, 40, 44. What's that blue right there? That's 66. So there you go. There's your warning criteria for that. So this is now pushing through Escambia County, Alabama. So what has happened here? The Weather Service has decided to go with a severe thunderstorm warning, a basic severe thunderstorm warning for Escambia County, Alabama. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Conecuh, if I'm correct. Yes, there it is, but is now getting out of Conecuh County here. That is eventually going to be going into Covington County relatively soon here.
Oh yeah, it's almost fully exited.
Yes, and that'll be heading over to Andalusia, red level, very, very soon. Looking at some of the comments here, power flickering in McDavid, Florida, that makes complete sense. As you can see, this line is consolidated a little more, Jen. That is another thing that we've been seeing. It's really consolidated. Here's McDavid, Florida, and you can see the onset of this. Right when you get to this front edge of the line, you get the punch. You get the gusty winds, you get the heavy rain. It comes down kind of quickly here. Velocity kind of shooting up into the storm. You can see this is one thing that we talked about as well if you're watching earlier today. The winds aloft are just really, really, really strong. Winds aloft are really strong, and some of this can translate down to the surface. We call it the low-level jet. Low-level jet typically gets more active at night. The low-level jet sits at around 5,000 feet off the surface, and at night, whenever you have a severe weather event, you typically see the low-level jet increase, especially in severe weather events in our area, and this is what it does. It leads to gusty winds at the surface already, and then, of course, gusty winds from the actual line of storms here. So Jen's got me on the big picture here. Let's kind of talk about what's going on. We do have some showers near Perdido Key, Orange Beach, Gulf Shores. Those are below severe limits. Southern Baldwin County, we're still waiting for this. Fairhope is now getting downtown Fairhope right into this. Daphne as well. Bell Forest as well, now getting right into this. Malbus, Loxley as well. If you are in Mobile County, anywhere in between Bayou La Battery and Theodore, you still have heavy rain that is ongoing. This has been taking a second to get through your area as well. Folks north of Interstate 10 in Mobile County are doing quite a bit better. Watching for gusty winds here in southern Mobile County as well. To Travis, just looking at one of the comments, speaking about roads in Mobile. Right now, roads in southern Mobile County are a little bit rougher at this point because that is where we have the heavy rain. Roads in north Mobile County already improving because you have less rain going on. It's only a light rain at this point. So here's Baldwin County, Fairhope. I saw a comment, Courtney, about Fairhope, so let's go ahead and get to that here. Fairhope right now, you have the onset of the squall line, so the onset of the heaviest rain at this point. So here's downtown Fairhope right here, County Road 13, some of the neighborhoods along 181 as well, and then getting over to Silver Hill along 104. This whole entire swath of heavy rain is pushing off to the east here. It's taking its time a little bit, but it is pushing off to the east here. So Fairhope right now, you're getting the onset of the heavy rain. It is about to get even heavier for you in the next few moments. Let's see here. Looking up into Malbus, Spanish Fort, Loxley area, there you can see some of that heavy rain that is falling as well. Looking at some of the comments, Daphne, same story in Daphne. Daphne's right here on the map. You can see that we do have moderate to heavy rain that is falling at this point. Also, because you're in the kind of focus point of the squall line, you do get the very heavy kind of gusty winds with this as well. It's not severe winds, but it's gusty winds there. So be ready for that in Daphne over the next few hours or so. That's same story for places along 181 over in Malbus as well. In fact, there you go. Thank you, Ron. The live camera here in Daphne. This is the Bayway. I'm surprised people are driving. It is 3:13 in the morning. Granted, I am one of those people, as are you, that drives at 3:13 in the morning. I have driven on the Bayway at every single hour of the day. But this is one of the, this is kind of a bad picture here because it's really rough. You can tell it is gusty winds out there at this moment. And that was a huge lightning strike. And the lightning in the area of this camera, I'm assuming, is pretty intense as well. Impressive shot there on our live cameras. I'll tell you, our live cameras in Mobile probably look a lot quieter. at this point, now that the rain is stopping there. Even our battleship camera is probably looking quieter, but a lot of lightning. And in fact, near this camera, it looks like there's a focus point, Jen, of the lightning in the squall line. I'm looking at the radar from one of our side monitors, and yeah, you see this. And she pointed it out here, 105 lightning strikes. That's a decent chunk right where that camera is located, Jen. So
yeah, so seeing quite a few. This line still, it's getting its act together a little bit more in terms of just some of those gusty winds on the leading edge of it. Still not meeting that severe thunderstorm criteria, but I will say it looks a little different than when it was entering into Mobile County, but still packing a punch with it, bringing some of those increased power outages. So for the folks that are in the all clear, so again, that is going to be pretty much on the north side of I-10 in Mobile County. So if you're located closer towards Mobile Regional Airport, South Alabama, Midtown, down towards Dawes, even Grand Bay now in the all clear there. All of our Mississippi counties, so Jackson, George, and Greene counties, Washington County, Clark County, Monroe County, and almost starting to see the majority of Conecuh County in the all clear there. So many areas, if you're just on the west side of I-65, you're in the all clear. You can head back to bed. If you're closer towards Atmore, you can head back to bed. And that also includes Huxford, Porch Creek, Little Rock, Wallace, and extending down into northern Baldwin County, areas closer towards Bay Minette, Stockton, Hurricane, up towards Tensas. You're all good to go to bed. If you're on the back side of this, you're seeing less activity. Even then, it's mainly going to be that leading edge. So as you just start to see where it just barely starts to move in, that's where we're tracking some of those gusty winds. Still a little breezy on the back side of it. So Daphne, Loxley, Malba, Spanish Fort, Fairhope, you are fully engulfed in some of those heavy showers. Even then, Bruton, you've already seen the most breezy portion of that push in, but still very active with some of that lightning and that heavy rain as well. Jay, just starting to see some of this rain beginning to move through Chumuckla. You're about to see that line along with Molino, Barano Park, Elsinore, Robertsdale right on the leading edge, and then Summerdale, Fish River. It's just about to reach you. Nicholas.
Yeah, and actually, for a second, our director Ron has something pulled up that I actually do want to take a look at. This is the campus of Auburn here, and we were talking about this a second ago. There was a tornado warning just south of Auburn here. Lots of lightning going on at this camera. I know a lot of people have students at the University of Auburn here, or Auburn University, and you can see heavy rain. It even looks like that's like ponding.
Yeah, with all of they TP'd Toomer's Corner earlier too, so it's all the toilet paper that you can start to see getting wet and soggy there as well. Yeah, it does.
Looks like snow almost down there. But to give an update real quick on that area. So there is still a tornado warning that is just to the south of Auburn here. I'm checking. That was the same tornado warning that was confirmed. So Auburn right here, that's that camera that we were looking at. They just got a ton of heavy rain, but the tornado warning itself that passed through Tuskegee, we had a confirmed tornado, I believe, there. This has now moved on. The kink is just not as impressive as it was before. Yeah, no, not as impressive as it was before. It's technically still a severe thunderstorm warning for Auburn, but you saw the camera, not as serious there as it could have been. So one other thing, and Ron, if we could do this, I think be good to check. If we go to the iPad source here, pulled up the power outages, and some of the numbers are getting a little more impressive here. So take a look at this, some of the power outages in Mobile right now. And Jen pointed this one out earlier. There's almost 3,000 affected here, and this is kind of in Midtown Mobile. We look south here, kind of nearer to McGowan Park and Government Street. That is a number of 5 customers affected, 2 outages there, 64 customers affected along Interstate 10 there. Going up towards the Pritchard area, only just a few customers. Looking at the summary here, active outages, 2,308. That's a decent number of individual customers affected. And switching sources here, we'll go to the other power map. Look at customers out. This number has been consistently going up in Mobile County as well. Almost 6,000 customers out because of the line of storms down there. The rowdy line of storms, but still a line of storms that is below severe limits here. Looking at the radar now, we see that the line of storms is now making its way into Baldwin County here. Daphne Fairhope getting a lot of the rain at this point. Mobile proper, I mean like Mobile downtown, we are actually seeing things calmer here. Here's a live look right now from our Fox 10 studios with our Netherland or our air conditioning camera, and you can see that we have rain that has been falling there and it's kind of relaxing at this point. Wind direction probably has shifted this point at the station. In fact, look at the clouds, the direction those are moving in a different direction than they were before as we're behind the squall line. Calmer conditions there at this point. Here's that radar once again. You can see heavy rain falling. If you are north of Interstate 10 in Mobile County, if you are in any of our Mississippi counties, we can give you the all clear. However, Bayou La Battery, Irvington, just south of Irvington, Bellingrath Gardens area, Hollinger's Island, we do still have heavy rain and storms that are ongoing at this point. The storm is now just the leading edge getting towards Fish River near the Fairhope area. Silver Hill as well, now getting some of that. Loxley, Robertsdale in the heavy storms. Gateswood in the heavy storms. Checking with my friends in Alberta, Lillian and Seminole. Fine at this point. Have some showers going on, but the line is coming your way. Robertsdale, there you go. This is some heavy rain that is now just getting in there. This is US 90 here. Maybe a little heavier batch of rain just north of Elsinore. Jen, you investigating anything?
Yeah, I was looking at more of the power outages in Baldwin County too. So I was seeing some of those just in Lake Forest, just on the backside there. Closer towards that Circle K exit, that's going to be closer towards Timberline Drive and Timberline Court. So it looks about 28 folks without power there. Also additional areas just on the east side of the Bass Pro Shops in Spanish Fort. So folks closer towards Wayside Drive, Huckleberry Lane and Davis Lane, just on the south side there of 31 that we're starting to see about 73 folks without power. And then also just on the north side of I-10 to the east of the Eastern Shore Center, additional areas, about 80 customers out closer towards Lee Road, Pinion Drive, Alder Drive, just on the south side there of 31. So just starting to see quite a few folks also with Riviera Utilities that is out. 54 folks just closer towards 181.
The total, Jen, 182 is according to poweroutage.us for Riviera Utilities.
So this is going to be County Road 30 and 181, extends down from Canyon Drive closer towards Blueberry Lane. Looks to be about 54 folks out there with power. So seeing less power outages in Baldwin County, but also keep in mind that this has only passed through about half of the county so far. The leading edge of it was looking a little more impressive at times, starting to look a little less impressive now. But still just going to be some of those breezy winds. It's staying below that severe limit, so that's why we haven't seen any active tornado warnings for this evening for the Fox 10 viewing area. The majority of that has taken place closer towards central to northern Alabama. We have not seen any of those. We've really not even had that many severe thunderstorm warnings. The majority of those were pushing into some of our inland spots closer towards Clark County, Washington County, just at the very beginning of this evening. And now we're seeing some of those closer towards Escambia County, Alabama, and also Conecuh County. But the good news, the majority of that is now pushing out of Conecuh County, and even then that leading edge close to exiting Escambia County, Alabama, just now beginning to move through central Escambia County in Florida. So Molino Cantonment, begin to notice some of that. Pensacola, Lillian, Perdido Key, Gulf Shores, you might just notice some of that rain beginning to pick up. This is all just ahead of us, so you're not quite seeing the bulk of that just yet. Noticing more of that lightning activity also beginning to pick up by Pineville, Gateswood, Stapleton, down towards Loxley, Daphne. Although the leading edge has already pushed through you, still noticing more of those loud lightning strikes. That's been one thing that's been consistent on some of these Facebook comments, is folks saying just how loud some of this is. Getting some more reports. Robert Douglas says that we have no power in East Bruton. Virginia says that her power is out in Stockton. May says that Tillman's Corner has calmed down. She said good night to us too. So good night, Mary. So again, the folks that are on the backside of this, you will start to be able to go to bed here once you start to see that leading edge begin to move through. You might just be without power. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit for those crews to get out of there just for their safety, with still seeing some of the lightning on the back edge of this. Brianne says that it's quiet in 8 Mile now. I'm just starting to see more of these. James, I agree. He said that much needed rain is beginning to wash the pollen away. That was something that I noticed this week, that my car went from white to yellow. So hopefully we'll start to see improvements there. But also getting a report of no power in Little River, Alabama. So Melanie said that she lost power in West Mobile. So again, we will start to see probably additional power outages as this line moves through, just because it might not take much for any tree limbs just to be knocked over with some of these breezy winds that are pushing through, but none of those are really above those severe limits now that we're starting to see that line push out of Escambia County, Alabama, and also Conecuh County. Nicholas.
Yeah, so we have a new special weather statement, so not severe thunderstorm warning, but special weather statement that has been issued. Southern Baldwin, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, southeastern Escambia counties through 4:30. 50-mile-per-hour winds is the number with this. In fact, we've been taking a look at some of the heavy lightning going on in Spanish Fort and stuff. I believe we have a live camera pulled up here. This is one of our algo cameras, and this is, of course, the Malbus exit there. So right behind this camera here, essentially behind me, is the Eastern Shore Center. You're looking towards the car dealerships, the Lowe's and stuff, and the huge American flag. Interstate 10, even some of the 18-wheelers there have the flashers on there. We've seen lots of lightning. This is a big note. Look at the direction of the wind there. Now that is completely flipped. A flag blowing from a northwesterly wind. That means that now the air is starting to undercut this line here in Malbus. And you can see that there. So that camera is located 181 right here. And the wind is now coming in this direction. So that's the air, the cooler air that is coming in behind. Zooming right into this, we have had some decent lightning strikes around this area at this point. Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning, Jen?
Yes.
And that is a new severe thunderstorm warning. That'll go for Crenshaw, Covington County, so just outside the Fox 10 viewing area, but to some of the places that I've seen some of the more active weather at this point today. Elsewhere in the area at this point, we're zoomed in to Malbus and Spanish Fort. If we go down 98, Montrose, Fairhope, you see we still have some heavy rain, gusty winds that are ongoing. Barnwell, here's 98 and 32 down here. You have some light to moderate rain that's going on at this point, probably some gusty winds as well. If you're down by Weeks Bay, Pelican Point here, Fish River Point, kind of the point there, the mouth of Weeks Bay, not raining at this second, but have rain that is coming that way as well. Rain over the bay at this point as well. That is all pushing into Baldwin County. Magnolia Springs, you'll be getting some of the heavier rain relatively soon here. Foley, you are dry at this second, probably breezy conditions out there, strong southerly wind. You will be getting changing conditions relatively soon. Let's check in Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Perdido Key. We do have some showers that are going on there. Gulf Shores, you're dry at this point. Orange Beach, you're dry. But here's Perdido Key and Ono Island. We have some heavy rain that is going on there at this point. This is non-severe rain, but some heavy rain that is happening. And this will kind of be drifting off to Pensacola. If you're in Pensacola, you might be noticing maybe a rumble of thunder or two. It's going to take a second, but this is a shower that is coming up on into Pensacola in the next little bit here. In fact, where's NAS Pensacola? There you go. You have a shower that is going on as well. This is not part of the main line. This is not part of the main line. The bigger picture, you can see the main line that's behind me there. So some showers ahead of the line here in Pensacola, but they are not severe at this point. One of the things that we were keeping our eyes on was some of these showers ahead of the line had the potential to become supercells. It does look like the environment kind of struggled, though, to make that happen today. Here's a look from Orange Beach, our live camera there. You can tell the winds moving, or the clouds moving from south to north still at this point. So Orange Beach is still in that warm air regime ahead of the actual leading edge of the squall line there. And looking off in the distance, very rough surf, breezy conditions that shaken the camera. We noted, had a wind advisory that was issued today, some strong winds that would be out there. So if you are in Orange Beach in this area, you still have rain on the way. You still have storms on the way in southern Baldwin County. Here's a look at the radar again. There's the storms on the way there in Baldwin County. I'm going to take a look at some of the comments here. Somerdale getting it now here. Sounds rough in Daphne, Suzanne says. What is the wind speed in Bell Forest? You're probably getting wind gusts around 20 to 30 miles per hour at most at this moment, maybe 40 miles per hour. But we do have that special weather statement. Technically, the text of the warning says 50 miles per hour, and yes, that is a possibility. It's kind of hard to get that, though, sometimes with some of these storms, but some places will. Cantonment right now, you see one heavier batch of rain at this point. That's happening there. This is... what is this, 95? I can't remember what road this is. 29 there in Florida, US 29. And then this kind of cell is moving off to the east here. So Gwinnett, Muskogee along the river here have some rain that is falling. This is Interstate 10. This is your state line right there. All these showers moving off to the east. This is Gonzales, Florida. You're going to have some rain in just a moment here. But again, all this is non-severe at this point, Jen. Heavy rain, Robertsdale, Elsinore, it's booming. Lightning, thunder, Bay Minette. All the comments seem to make sense at this point.
I was going to say, I think the majority of it right now is just hearing a lot of this thunder, the lightning. It's waking folks up. They're joining our live stream here. So for anyone that is just now joining us, if you're being woken up by some of these storms, again, the majority of them are staying below severe limits. That's why we don't have any active warnings out there. We still have that tornado watch in effect for many of our areas, but no severe thunderstorm warnings. There's been no tornado warnings for our area for this evening. The majority of those taking place in central to northern Alabama, so not quite for us, but a lot of these just kind of lost their traction as they were moving in a little bit closer. We were concerned about some of those supercells ahead of the line. Meteorologist Nick was talking about that not too long ago, just how some of these, they didn't quite get some of that traction that we're possibly anticipating, but it's still breezy out there. It's still warm, mild, and muggy. If you haven't stepped outside, if you haven't quite seen this line move through just yet, but in the wake of it, that's where we're going to start to notice some of those differences, some of those northerly winds, some of that drier air. Tomorrow will be feeling like a much different day. We'll have another cold front that's moving through midweek that's going to be bringing those temperatures right around freezing overnight, with possibly some of those wind chill values in the 20s. So really going to bring in some more of that cold air to us locally. So roller coaster of a forecast ahead of us. This is just additional front that we had in that outlook that we've been talking about all week long. This is something that we anticipated. It's nice to see that it's not performing how some of those expectations were for it. So this is something that we enjoy. It's still loud out there. It's still waking folks up. We're still getting a lot of those tornado warnings, I was just reading that. We're still getting a lot of those power outages out there, just closer towards Mobile County, seeing quite a few folks still without power at this time. New ones closer towards the downtown airport, additional ones near Tillman's Corner. The biggest one is out towards Tanner Williams Road, but still just a few scattered ones in Mobile County. Total active outages between Alabama Power has about 2,300 across the state. So quite a few power outages. Baldwin County, not as high, but still noticing some of those in Daphne and Spanish Fort, an isolated one near Silver Hill, and also on the south side there of 181. Nicholas.
And I'll tell you, I was just looking at poweroutage.us for some of those numbers as well. Very consistent here. Alabama Power is the one out in Mobile at this moment. 6,321 is the number from Mobile County. Baldwin County, I have a total of around 1,676 out. And then looking, I just saw some reports here. Tree limbs down, Bruton, power outages, Escambia, Conecuh counties. Monroe County, we have 2,500 customers out. That's a pretty significant number there. Conecuh County, I have 156 customers out. There, you're looking at it behind me now. And then Escambia County, this is where we just had the severe thunderstorm warning, around 1,000 customers out at this point. And we were just looking at the Alabama Power outage map as well. You can see some of those individual outages. These are individual kind of customers out with the icons that you see there. All of this behind the main line of storms that you can see there. So, as you can see, this is the big line overall, pushing off to the east of our area, but still causing some issues. And the main issue that has been is lightning, gusty winds, and power outages. Let's talk all clear. for a second. We can give some all clears out here, just some quick reminders. All of our Mississippi counties at this point, all clear. Lucedale, Leakesville, Hurley, Van Cleve, Sand Hill, all those places in Mississippi, Bendale. You are all clear. You are fine for this evening. We can pretty much give the all clear to Mobile County at this point. Mobile downtown, your rain is done at this point. Wilmer, your rain is pretty much done, just some light sprinkles. Chunchula, Georgetown, Saraland, Satsuma, it is dry at this point. Good news for Irvington, you can go to bed. Theodore as well. We are good there. Grand Bay, Bayou Battery, we are done as well. Dauphin Island, we do still have some thunderstorms that are going on, but it won't be only about 10 more minutes, maybe 20 more minutes of this before you're really done with it all. Baldwin County, we do still have some issues. In southern Baldwin County, you have the storm that is rolling through at this point. So Fort Morgan, Gask, Bon Secour, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Wolf Bay, Perdido Key, Foley, Baldwin Beach Express, Alberta, Summerdale, Silver Hill, Fish River, Magnolia Springs, Weeks Bay, Barnwell, all still ahead of the line. If you have a southerly wind right now, you're not done with the storms yet. Up in Robertsdale, we have heavy rain that is falling right now. You're kind of in the right now point of the line here. Same thing in downtown Foley, or downtown Fairhope, excuse me. It is happening right now where we do have, and we have camera. Yes, Fairhope Pier. Let's take a look at it. Wind direction has changed in Fairhope Pier out of the north and west there. Look at the bay as well. You can see really some decently strong winds there blowing in on the bay. You can even see some ripples under the pier lights there. So some heavy rain that's going on there. Also, you notice a couple flashes of lightning there. This is what the squall line looks like as it rolls through there. For a second, I thought that sign was blowing there. My goodness. Moving up into Baldwin County there. This is Interstate 65. If you are north and west of Interstate 65, north and west of Interstate 65, you can go to bed. We are all clear here. You can see all of our counties, Washington, Clark, Monroe, and maybe even Conecuh County at this point, pretty much in the all clear. Atmore, you're on the back edge of this. You're about 5 more minutes of maybe some heavier rain, moderate rain, and then you're done with this. So that's a good thing to see. Again, points west of Interstate 65 are good. Bay Minette, you're wrapping up as well. That's a good thing to see. Northern Escambia County, Florida. What do we have going on here? Pineville, we do have some heavy rain that is going on, even some lightning. Quite a bit of lightning there, but this is the back edge of that. Give us about 20 minutes there and you'll be able to be done with this one. Here's 112 in Baldwin County, Alabama 112 from Bay Minette down to Gateswood. Still have some heavier rain that is going on. It's just heavy rain. That's a good thing though. Maybe some gusty winds there, not severe at this point. That'll last a few more minutes. Then you'll be on the backside of this as well. Stapleton, you're on the backside of this. Gateswood, as I just mentioned, you're on the backside of this as well. I'm going to kind of pull this out real quick. Uh-oh, lost that. Jen, can you pull it out for me to like full picture? Thank you. So a couple other things I wanted to point out here. Milton, Pace, Pensacola, Crestview, Fort Walton Beach, Destin. Still down the line from thunderstorms. However, they are not severe at this moment. The new scan coming in here, you see how the storms are moving off to the east. Downtown Pensacola, a rowdy thunderstorm. This is one of the storms that's ahead of the line, head of the main line, but it is still rowdy enough that it's causing lots of lightning at this point. If you're joining us from Pensacola, you do know that you do have quite a bit of lightning, probably a loud storm going on there. Everywhere north and west of this line is done. Everywhere to the south and east of this line still has stuff going on there. I'm going to look at some of the comments here. Let's see. Do we still have tornado warnings that are up north, Jan? I saw a comment about that. Do we still have any more?
South side of Atlanta.
Oh, wow. So actually that is I wonder if the Weather Service office there having to take action. So the Weather Service office, Peachtree City, there for Atlanta, and can't see. I don't have the Georgia radars loaded in. I have the Alabama and Mississippi radars loaded into our system. But one tornado warning there. It looks like now, though, folks in Auburn, and let's look at kind of central Alabama picture if we can, Jen. I'd like to see that with reflectivity, kind of see what's going on there. So right now, just to give kind of Alabama weather here. This is Interstate 65 here. Here's 59 or excuse me, Interstate 20, there's 59 up there. Pretty much all of central Alabama now is clear. We have this stratiform rain that is behind. Auburn, you're getting light rain now at this point, seriously improving conditions. Milltown, you're doing fine. There is Alexander City. All the way down here, we're fine. This is just some light rain clearing conditions there. And if we can push this to the south, Jen, there you go, Montgomery. You see the light to moderate rain, Camden, Beatrice, Monroeville. Now in our area, that is all done with light to moderate rain. This is east of 65 at this point. Looking at some reports, we might have some reports of trees down here in Mobile. If anybody has information on that, be sure to let us know here. Because we did have some gusty winds, and I'm seeing some reports on the National Weather Service chat there. By the way, have to say the reminder, if you have any damage reports and you can safely get a picture of damage, please, we encourage you, submit that to the Fox 10 Weather app. I can literally look at what is submitted on the Fox 10 Weather app right here, and I'm just waiting for new things to be submitted. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. And this one's going to be for Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties. This will be until 4:30 here. You saw the flashing earlier. So they have decided to put this part of the line in a severe thunderstorm warning. If we look at velocity real quick, see how this looks. Maybe one little small rotation spot here we'll have to keep an eye on. A little bit of lightning there. So where are we? This is Crestview. Baker, Florida is located right about here. This is 4. This is Florida 4 here. This is the road that connects Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties here in between Crestview. You get all the way up to Jay and Century on 4 there, and then it comes connecting up with 29 and 31. This is our main focus zone now for strong winds associated with a severe thunderstorm now. So a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Looking down the line here, velocity readings, 32, 63. There's our severe reading, 56, close to severe there. Munson, Florida right here, looks like 56 just south of there. Bundle of lightning associated with that area at this point as well. This is a severe thunderstorm, according to the National Weather Service, with the latest warning. This warning, I'll try to get some information here. Severe thunderstorm warning, Covington, Okaloosa, Santa Rosa. This is moving east at 65 miles per hour. That is a quick forward speed. If we could do a forward track on this, I'd love to see where this thing is going here over the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. There we go. So she's going to draw the track. 65. That's a decent forward speed there. So let's talk about Milton now. Florella now, pretty much, in the next 5 minutes or so. New severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to go just off to the east of the Fox 10 viewing area. There you go. Looking elsewhere, Crestview at 358. Crestview at 358, the leading edge of this strong thunderstorm, actually severe thunderstorm according to the warning, getting to you. Goodman up here, Covington County, this one is at 353, so not too long from now, kind of the leading edge is already to you really at this point. So this thing moving off to the east at around 65 miles per hour. That is a really, really decent forward speed there. So Milton right now getting it. And the line all the way up to Munson, north of Crestview, and then out of the Fox 10 viewing area. That county is Covington County here. Let's zoom on in if you want to, Jen. Let's go ahead and go on in there. Let's take a look at this. So Jay, Florida is right here. Allentown, this is Florida 87, this is Florida 4, Baker, Florida, Galliver, Nubbin Ridge, Blackman. This is where the severe thunderstorm is right now. Possible winds up to 60 miles per hour moving off to the east. If you are in Crestview, just don't want to be outside right now because you do have this storm coming your way. Campton as well, along 85, Laurel Hill about to get impacted by this as well. It's going to be sliding off to the east there at 65 miles per hour. I want to give you the reminder again, still keeping my eye on the app. If you have any damage reports, please send those in on the Fox 10 Weather app. We need those, and we can relay those to the Weather Service as well. Getting some questions about Baldwin County now, Foley and Fairhope. So if we can go on in here, there we go. So, looks like Fairhope, we can give you the all clear. That's good. Daphne, all clear. That's good. Spanish Fort, all clear. That's good. Magnolia Springs, you're in it right now. There's Fish River as well. Summerdale, Foley, Alberta. This is Owa right here. This is Baldwin Beach Express there. Mifflin, Wolf Bay, Bon Secours, all these places are in a heavy thunderstorm, a non-severe heavy thunderstorm at this point. Orange Beach, it's coming to you relatively shortly here, Perdido Key, and Jen, this will eventually get into Pensacola. And Pensacola just dealt with that little thunderstorm there.
That's exactly right. Yeah, so almost looking like the line is beginning to really fall apart at this point, whether it's some of those thunderstorms that are just kind of combining that were ahead of that storm that we were tracking in Pensacola earlier, now within that line. So looking a lot less impressive in southern Baldwin County and southern Escambia County, but still looking a little more put together as it's beginning to approach closer towards Okaloosa County there. So again, the Crestview area still very breezy. You can just start to see how scattered some of those showers and storms are in southern Baldwin and southern Escambia, Florida there. So that's really noticing the difference. And then if you notice how clean cut that line is, just on the north side of Crestview. That's how you start to notice some of those differences between just some of those thunderstorms and also some of those strong winds, and a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for those portions of Santa Rosa, Okaloosa County there, Nicholas.
Yeah, is that an update? Let me take a look here.
So this one now extends till 4:30. Radar indicated. Still.
What did they change?
Moving east at 50 miles per hour, so it slowed down just a little bit. Main hazard is still looking to be about those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which we were seeing. So
I was about to say, I thought 65 was a little fast.
So they dropped it by about 15 miles per hour for that speed. So those areas that we were timing out a little bit earlier might get to you just a little bit later based on that new update, just correcting that forward speed with that system. Instead of 65 miles per hour, now moving at 50 miles per hour. It's still, I mean, this thing's moving fast through our area. So that is the good news, is that once you start to hear it, you wake up from those rumbles of thunder, starting to notice more of those areas taken out. So you're covering them a little bit, but just to reiterate for some of those folks that are still asking, Atmore, Pineville, you're good, Bay Minette, Stapleton, Malbus, Spanish Fort, Daphne, you can all go to bed. Fairhope also looking better, Point Clear looking better. Fish River, Barnwell, you're almost there. Likely just going to go ahead and give you the all clear though. Just you're still going to hear some of that heavy rain, but as far as some of those severe conditions go, really starting to notice some of those improvements. Additional areas in southern Baldwin County, Lillian, you're right about to get some of this heavy rain. Wolf Bay, Orange Beach, Perdido Key, Gulf Shores, you're right on the leading edge of that. Foley, Alberta, Magnolia Springs, Bon Secours, getting the majority of that, and then things are just lighting up in Pensacola. So I know that some of these lightning strikes, they're very loud. That's where we're getting a lot of our viewership here. Did just get another confirmed report there from James on Facebook, Nicholas, just talking about that tree on a house in Mobile.
That is just down the road from us, actually.
Right.
That's.
And so also to confirm that we have no active tornado warnings at this time. I just saw a comment about that. There's no tornado warnings. There is a tornado watch still in effect, but the National Weather Service likely going to drop Baldwin County here soon if they haven't already, just once this line begins to push through. So again, we're going to start to notice more and more areas getting out of that tornado watch that are on the back side of the system. It didn't perform that at some of the potential that it could have, which is great news, but still noticing some of those heavy showers, some of those gusty winds that are moving in. But again, no active tornado warnings. We haven't had any in the Fox 10 viewing area for this evening, mainly just tracking some of those severe thunderstorm warnings, but haven't had any of those for Mobile, Baldwin counties for this evening. The majority of that has stayed further inland, and now just seeing some of that in Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties. So just keep that in mind for any of the folks that are joining us. Still very breezy winds that are going to be approaching closer towards Crestview. I was looking at this velocity scan again, mainly just looking for some of those bright colors, that sharp line. That's what we're starting to see, Nicholas. So expecting those winds really to start picking up there. And
the latest update for the National Weather Service in Mobile. Of course, the Weather Service in Mobile covers all the way to Okaloosa County, and they say this area right here is still under some kind of threat. Jen just talked about how this kind of underperformed across the entire area. That's a good thing, by the way, that I'm glad that it underperformed. It could have been a lot worse for our area. But this is still one spot that we're going to have to watch here in Northwest Florida. They have extended the tornado watch until 6 a.m. for Northwest Florida and Covington County, Alabama. The threat will come to an end, some spots well before, and of course we'll be clearing the counties as needed. That's the latest note from the National Weather Service there in Mobile. So tornado watch continues for Northwest Florida here, and I'm going to be honest, I think we're probably, I'm actually going to switch the map here, Jen, real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll skip ahead a couple things. That is the new
there we
map
Yep.
for the tornado watch. This is an interesting thing. Mississippi counties, you're done. Highway 84 corridor in the Fox 10 viewing area, you're done. Washington, Clark, Monroe, Conecuh. Escambia County, Alabama, you're done. Baldwin County, you're done as well. So have a nice night. You can go to sleep. But Escambia, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa counties. Northwest Florida, we've got you covered. Still have that tornado watch technically in effect. And I have to say this was something that kind of, it didn't catch me by surprise, but I saw more questions about this than I feel like I have ever seen in a recent event. And it was the difference between a watch and a warning.
Oh, okay.
I
do think this is, I think now that I talk to folks about this, they always ask me, they always think that a warning is a watch and vice versa. So.
Yeah, so there's so many analogies about this, the taco analogy, the cupcake analogy, where you have the ingredients with a watch and you have the cupcake with the warning. Some other people, like I'll tell you, when I was younger, the thing that kind of got me through it, the thing that made me think about this was watch, meaning I'm watching the skies for storms, versus warning, I am watching the tornado. Or I actually see a tornado. There's actually something happening. The difference, of course, is conditions are favorable. There's the possibility of a thunderstorm developing that could produce a tornado versus an actual tornado warning, meaning the tornado is imminent and something is happening. Thankfully, we have not had any of those tonight. Quick look at Futurecast real quick. I just want to kind of blast this through and then we'll go right back to what we're doing here. This is the line getting out of here rather quickly here in the next couple of hours. Then morning is going to be cooler already, and then as you can see here on Futurecast, we blast this along here midday. Looks like improving conditions. We'll just have some clouds around and also some cooler conditions overall there.
I was going to jump out of the play mode here real quick to see if you had a temperature graph in here. I was getting quite a few photos about that. Let's see, I'll do the 10-hour one and then I'll do the ones for tomorrow. Just because I got some questions about this. So heading into this evening, behind this, we're going to start to notice those temperatures dropping slightly.
Yeah, this is a flat line. This is going to be upside down day.
But then I'll show the one for tomorrow. And that's when we're really going to start to notice some of those differences later on in the evening. So tomorrow's still a little cooler, but dry air. That's what I'm noticing. The dew points, I'll see if there's one of those. And waking up Monday morning, wind chill values will be in the upper 20s. Here you go. This dew point will really help just show a little bit.
Oh, that's down the basement. That is down in the basement tomorrow. I have to remember, it is 3 a.m. on Sunday.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
So that's tomorrow. That is showing Monday.
There you go. That one does a better one. 10-hour dew points. So just noticing in the wake of this system that dry air is going to be filtering in. Tomorrow is going to feel a lot different from today. We're seeing daytime highs in the upper 70s. It was muggy out there. By tomorrow, temperatures maxing out mid-50s, upside down day, dry air moving in. So by tomorrow afternoon, it might be a little more chilly out there, especially by the evening for Sunday night plans. And then waking up Monday morning, it's going to be coats, it's going to be hats for the kiddos, just because we will start to see just more of that cold air beginning to
can you pull the 10-day? There's a 10-day somewhere in there. Search 10-day temperatures and we can pull that up, and that is also something to look at there. Where you see the big dip
roller
after.
Coaster,
the system that comes through on Wednesday is a non-severe system. We can say that now. The low pressure system, it's going to be a Gulf low, is going to be to our south. But the front that comes in after it really pushes our temperature down there into the 50s. And I think the morning temperatures will probably go into the 20s.
I was going to show that one next.
Yeah, the morning temperatures, there you go, going into the 20s there.
It's going to be cold this week.
Days. So finally we are returning to some of that colder air here. Definitely a lot colder, a huge change.
Yeah, so you probably had the shorts and the t-shirts out this week. Hopefully you didn't put away those winter coats just yet. Again, it's not going to be snow this week. It's just going to be some of that cold air that's going to be pushing in. But for anyone that is just now joining us, James, I agree. He said he can turn off the AC and open up the windows once again. I am right there with you. Help that power bill just a little bit. It's been going back and forth between heat and AC for the past few days. But for all the folks that are joining us in Pensacola, again, it's still very active. The majority of this still pushing in. So Pensacola Beach, Gulf Breeze, just now starting to see some of this. Navarre as well. Windhaven Beach, Fort Walton Beach, you're likely hearing some of that thunder. Niceville, Dearland, Crestview, also hearing some of that thunder out there. Just right on the leading edge of the storm, but the majority of Escambia County, Florida, is just engulfed in some of this heavy rain, that active lightning out there, noticing more of those strikes. Southern Baldwin County, really the majority of that leading line has now pushed offshore into the Gulf waters, and so behind it is just some of that heavy rain, just some of that lightning. It'll still be breezy on the back end of this. I was also noticing that tomorrow, I mentioned that dry air that's going to be pushing in. It's still going to be breezy for your Sunday. Those winds will just be out of the north instead, so that'll really help rush in some of that dry air out there, but just noticing some of those difference. We did get a report here through our National Weather Service chat just from John Brown, who is the Covington County Sky Warden up there, and he said that there was a wind gust of 58 miles per hour at the Andalusia Off Airport up there. So, and then also getting more reports from Tom Tyler with the Baldwin County EMA saying that there's reports of downed trees across Alabama 225 just south of I-65. Yeah, so that's in Crossroads Hurricane, just north of Crossroads Hurricane area there. Kilcrease Road, kind of that region. There's a good Circle K up there on the 65 exit. So it looks like we might have had some wind happening there. We were talking about that. These storms were not severe, but they were strong enough. We had the wind dynamics that a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust could still do some damage. Reminder, though, as well, send in any photos, especially getting in the morning. Please.
Send in any photos on the Fox 10 Weather app. We'd love to see them. We'll try to get those on air as we can. Here's what's going on right now. If you're in Foley, you're on the back edge of some of the heavy rain at this point. In Rarity Point, this is Perdido Key, Orange Beach, Gulf Shores. You're in some of the heavy rain at this point. I wonder if you have that Orange Beach camera. We should probably cue that one up at some point here. Just take it whenever. Lillian, you have some heavy rain. Seminole as well. NAS Pensacola dealing with heavy rain at this point. Gulf Breeze, NAS Pensacola, Pensacola itself dealing with some thunderstorms at this moment. Bellevue all the way up to Cantonment and Gonzales. Still heavy rain going on. This is all non-severe, but it is happening there. Lillian, as I mentioned, heavy rain now near Perdido Bay. Looking east here, we'll go to Garcon Point here. Have this thunderstorm here, Gulf Breeze, some thunder and lightning happening now. Ferry Pass, Brent, Pensacola itself, there's some of that heavy rain going on, but it's all non-severe, and that's a good thing for us to see. And then let's go ahead and take a look at some of this camera. This is, where is this one? Perdido Key, and you can see the heavy rain. Also, look at the waves off in the distance there. That is some rough surf. We actually have a high surf advisory that continues. But Perdido Key is one of those places that right now, as you can clearly see, is seeing some of that heavy rain, also some lightning. I'm surprised we aren't seeing a little more lightning with this picture, actually. Let me look at the picture there. Yeah, there's some lightning. It's more over Pensacola Bay. It looks like some of the lightning is. But good shot there. You can see what's going on. Still have the heavy rain. Looking north, if you're looking at Milton, that's still have some heavy rain that is going on there. Floridale, anywhere between 90, Milton, and Crestview, you have heavy rain that is going on. Checking in on a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Okaloosa County. Do still have a strong thunderstorm that is blowing through here, about to get to Crestview. This is going to cross Florida 85 relatively soon here. Velocity product waiting for it to update. You can see some in the upper levels, though. You see some of those blues, and there's what that blue looks like, close to severe criteria there. So therefore we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that continues for about another 30 minutes or so for northern Okaloosa County here. Looking at some of the reports here, looks like we might have been getting some more storm reports in here. I'm actually going to check that real quick, Jen. Where is that? I'm going to have to go to data feed.
As I say, I had Levi ask a question about Pensacon heading into tomorrow, and the good news is that conditions are going to be much better in the wake of this system, so we will start to see clearing conditions all across the Foxton viewing area. We just got to get some of these showers, these storms out of here for this morning, but by the time sunrise comes around, it's going to be a whole different day, Nicholas.
Oh yeah, completely different day. Here's the report. This is a storm report. I don't know if we mentioned this one earlier, but I'm going to mention it again either way. Monroeville, emergency manager reports numerous reports of trees and power lines down in Monroe County, and the report time at 2:20 a.m. when the main line was rolling through. New severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued as well. This new severe thunderstorm warning will go until 4:45 a.m. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending 3 miles south of Baker, Florida to 11 miles southeast of Rowville and Oriole Beach, moving east at 45 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour wind gusts are possible with this. Ocean City, Mary Esther, Gulf Breeze, Fort Walton Beach, Pensacola Beach, Crestview, Wright, Destin, Valparaiso, Oriole Beach, Navarre Beach, Niceville, Eglin Air Force Base, and Navarre, all in line with this new severe thunderstorm warning. Where is this one again? Santa Rosa, and you can see calmer conditions that are now at this very second, but these are some of the places that are in line here. Of course, we have severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued again for Okaloosa County there. So looking at it on radar, it does look a little bit more intense, Jen. And that line of Crestview all the way down to pretty much Pensacola Bay there has some of the strongest winds. Yeah,
so even checking in the velocity scan here, as mentioned, it's mainly that clean line that you want to look for that's showing some of those gusty winds. So that's the reason for this new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued, but National Weather Service still hanging on to that about 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Just talking about the potential for some of that damage possibly to the roofs, the sidings, the trees. We've already received reports all across the Foxton viewing area this evening for some of those trees down that were causing some of those power outages. Again, in Baldwin County, noticing some of those trees down too, just on the south side of I-65. So it's important that if you are going to be on the roads anytime soon, just take it easy, take it slow in case you do see any of those loose tree limbs that might have just fallen from some of those storms. But as far as the forward speed goes with this, slow down even further, Nicholas. Now it's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. So we went from 65 with one of those earlier reports, 50 the next, and now just moving towards the east at 45 miles per hour. So again, for any of the folks that are in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa County, you're just now starting to see that line move through. You might have woken up, you got that severe thunderstorm warning. We'll continue to stick with you until this does clear out of Okaloosa County, just with the severe thunderstorm warning. But even then, folks in southern Baldwin County, Escambia County, Florida, it's still active. You're getting a lot of that heavy rain. You're getting some of that thunder and that lightning. But the good news is that really that severe threat has ended for you. But just seeing some of that heavy rain, but like that tornado threat that we were mentioning earlier, that's done for Baldwin County. You've been taken out of that tornado watch. It's just areas for that leading line there towards the east that will have the potential for some of those strong gusty winds closer towards that severe level of 60 miles per hour. So folks closer towards Loxley, Daphne, Fairhope, Point Clear, if you're still hanging on with us, Robertsdale, Summerdale, Elsinore, Foley, Bon Secours, Magnolia Springs, even Gulf Shores, you're fine to go to bed at this time, Nicholas.
Yeah, and good with the all clear reports there. It's nice to see that this thing is making its way across the area efficiently. The good news is much of the Fox 10 viewing area at this point is at that all clear point. We are just worried about northwest Florida. And when I say worried, it's just really a strong thunderstorm that is rolling through. Not a huge threat, but we have seen some reports of damage. I have to say, more reports coming in of damage. A thunderstorm wind gust here reported on Mesonet, 4 miles east-northeast of Orange Beach at 53 miles per hour. That is very consistent with what we've been dealing with. A look at Fairhope, one of the places that is the all clear point now. You can see the wind blowing out of the northwest off of the bay there, and much calmer conditions than what we saw earlier. Again, Fairhope is one of my places that has had the all clear. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Okaloosa County and parts of Santa Rosa County. If you are in Crestview, you're getting some of the heaviest rain right now. Fort Walton Beach, this is coming your way. Niceville, this is coming your way. Destin, this is coming your way as well. Also noting some frequent lightning just south of Interstate 10 there, just south of Milton. Some heavy lightning. This near Eglin Air Force Base is pushing off to the east there at 45 miles per hour. Could see some damaging winds, or at least gusty winds with these storms as they're rolling through. If you're in downtown Pensacola right now, you're kind of starting to get on the back edge of the heavy rain. If you are in Gulf Shores or Orange Beach, Burrito Key, you are kind of rolling through the main part of the rain at this point. This will be clearing off here. Jay, Century, Bruton, anywhere probably eastern Escambia County, I could say, you are now in a more all clear point. You're just getting some of the light to moderate rain there. And in fact, the rain has stopped now in Atmore, maybe just a couple more sprinkles. Bay Minette, Stockton, just some light sprinkles at this point. This is where we are all clear. So good news there. The worst of the weather still is a focus point for the far eastern portions of the Fox 10 viewing area. Southern Santa Rosa County and then Okaloosa County, the only places that are dealing with this threat at this time. It looks like everybody else is doing much better. Needs to be a thunderstorm warning just off to our east, Jen.
Yeah, I was just pointing that one out. So again, this is just outside of the Fox 10 viewing area, but that's going to include Bay, Walton, and Washington County. So they're really just continuing that last severe thunderstorm warning. This is also going to be a different National Weather Service office once it pushes out of Okaloosa County. So it goes from our local folks here in Mobile, and instead that's going to be just outside of our area. So still just continuing mainly to keep an eye on those gusty winds that are moving through Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties. We haven't seen many of these severe thunderstorm warnings, as most of these storms have stayed under that severe thunderstorm criteria. So just getting closer towards that 60 miles per hour needed for some of those wind gusts. But despite some of that, we've got plenty of those power outages for this evening. So folks in Mobile County, folks in Baldwin County, we've gotten Monroe County reports. We've gotten Washington and Clark County reports. So all across our viewing area, seeing some of those folks without power. So now that we are starting to notice more of those storms pushing out of Mobile County, that's good news. That means that it's safe for some of those folks to go out there and repair some of those outages. So it shouldn't be too long. Hopefully, I know that earlier it wasn't giving you any estimated time for repairs because they have to wait for those storms to move out. But once those crews get on the road, then we'll start to see some of those timestamps for estimated times. I was going to go ahead and check in to see if there was anything popping up just yet.
Well, I've gotten the total number here in Mobile. It's an impressive number, 6,350.
Just in Mobile County.
Yeah, just Mobile County. So that is a decent number there. Also, we have to mention that we have had reports of trees down in portions of our area. Monroe County, we had a report of trees down there, 2,500 is the number there. So we've had multiple areas with power outages at this point. We're going to keep following that. Hopefully we do see power outage improvements. Here's a look at the power outage map from poweroutage.us. So I just checked on Monroe County. There you can see the 2,500 customers out there, 2,514 in total in Monroe County, Alabama. Baldwin County, around 1,500 customers out there from the different groups. Customers out from Baldwin EMC 1,000, Alabama Power 228, Riviera 244 there. I am going to pop out and look at Florida real quick and see if we have anything in Escambia or Santa Rosa. Let's check this out. 600 in Escambia. there, 700 total. That is not a crazy number, and I do want to check on. And of course, remember, Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties do have that severe thunderstorm warning that continues at this point. So 238, so not a crazy number there at this point. Of course, following all of these, and you can see, of course, Alabama kind of standing out on that map there. Look at the outages there in central Alabama, where some of the strongest storms rolled through. You can see some relatively higher numbers there. So locally, again, we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues. Here it is on radar. Let's get you updated. This is actually, Jen, it's looking like a decently robust thunderstorm now.
It is. This system has really gone back and forth between not impressive to impressive, and now
Yeah.
It's picking it up just a little bit.
Yeah, this is an interesting part of the storm here. This is southern Santa Rosa County. This is Navarre Beach here, Gulf Islands National Seashore, taking out the storm track here at, what is it, about
45? Yeah.
Navarre happening now. Wright, Florida, Niceville, Florida. We'll give you that time at around 4:30 here. New little polygon just issued for northern Okaloosa County. Dearland, Crestview right now getting some of that heavy rain at this point. This is going to push out of our area relatively soon here. Getting some updates on the severe thunderstorm warnings, continuations, and cancellations as they trim back this warning and focus it in on Okaloosa County. And then eventually it will push out of our area. But Jen, can we actually check the velocity on that bottom corner?
Just ahead of you, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's... there was a little bit of a notch on reflectivity, but isn't anything there. No, one thing, you see all these blues that are right here? That is strong winds blowing in on the back side of this. So now we are shooting this from the Eglin radar here. So winds moving towards the radar site here. You have winds that are flowing down into the storm and coming down to the surface. So therefore, you have a severe thunderstorm warning because the winds are around 60 miles per hour possible. Now, this is slightly aloft, but some of those winds could come down to the surface. We're going to be keeping an eye here in Okaloosa County for any power outage reports and any damage reports, because I think it is a possibility, Jen, with this strength of storm.
Right, especially now that we're starting to see some of those wind speeds picking up. If you would have seen any of those showers earlier in the day, just helping to saturate some of that soil, but really becoming a little more organized. And so Navarre folks, we have Peyton in the comments section saying that she's in Navarre, right on the leading edge of this system. So you're about to see the strongest of those winds, the heaviest of that rain, the most active with the lightning strikes. You're probably hearing all of those rumbles of thunder, seeing some new ones just beginning to pop up there just on the north side there of Muddy Ford. But Garcon Point, Gulf Breeze still in the bulk of this. Pensacola Beach hasn't quite seen the majority of this rain move in. Fort Walton Beach, Niceville, Destin, still waiting on some of those storms to begin pushing in. The time frames that we've been talking about, especially today when Nick was keeping you updated earlier this morning and throughout the day on Fox 10 News, just talking about the timing that was getting pushed back a little bit. So until closer towards 5 and 6 a.m. was when we were expecting and anticipating that threat to end. So the timing really was looking more in tune with what we're tracking right now, but still noticing that it is losing some of that speed, although it is looking more formed at this time.
A little more organized.
Yeah, a little more organized at this time, just bringing in some of those gusty winds. So again, folks in Niceville, Dearland, brand new sweep right there coming in. Navarre still right on the leading edge of that. So a lot of heavy rain about to move in closer towards you areas in Navarre.
By the way, our director just added us a decent question. When is sunrise? Sunrise is at 6:30.
Oh, yeah.
So we're getting there. It is at this point. We've all pulled an all-nighter for this one, but we had the threat there, and as Jen was mentioning, it is good that we had this that slightly underperformed. Here's what's going on right now. Broxton, this is Florida, 87 going down to Navarre and Navarre Beach down here. We have the leading edge of this, so some gusty winds likely as this thing pushes in to our area. There's, you can see kind of the heavier band of reflectivity. We have a severe thunderstorm warnings that continues for southern Santa Rosa and Okaloosa County. The main threat, winds of around 60 miles per hour here. You look off to the east and you see near Crestview, you do still have some of that heavy rain that is falling as well. This is our only focus area really at this point. It's our only focus area for storms. Elsewhere, we are doing fine at this moment. You can check it on the Facebook comments, see how we are doing. Fully in the quiet now. That is good. And yes, Baldwin County, we are pretty much out of this at this point. Let's see. Anywhere else? It looks like we're looking good in the comments here. Niceville, that'll be coming in relatively soon. Fort Walton Beach, that'll be coming in relatively soon as well. The back edge of this, you do still have some lightning that is going on. Weather Service off to our east decided to go ahead and continue to blanket some of these severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Blanket some of these severe thunderstorm warnings here as the thing pushes off to the east. Can you move this up north just a little bit, Jen, for me real quick?
Yeah.
I want to go up to Crestview and look at this. So this is Crestview, Laurel Hill, the northern part here of Okaloosa County. You see this band here. This is what's pushing off to the east. This is eventually going to get out of the Foxton viewing area, go into Walton County. So these are the areas that are next in line. I'm actually going to do something here. I'm going to pull this out even more. I'm going to kind of do a little bit of a reset. It is 4:13 this morning, and we have been here tracking a line of thunderstorms that thankfully underperformed for our area. We had an enhanced risk of severe weather for our northern areas especially. We had a very significant severe thunderstorm risk here and very significant damaging wind risk in our northern areas. But good news, that passed without major issues. However, we have had some reports of damage. You see the all clear for much of our area at this point. Look at northwest Florida here from Pensacola all the way to Crestview. We do still have the main line that is going on. And I'm actually going to move off to the north here and take a look at this. Or Jen, if you want to move it off to the north. I want to go up to the Montgomery area and look at towards Atlanta. Okay. Atlanta is popping off right now with multiple tornado warnings. That Atlanta market there. Multiple tornado warnings here off to north right along this squall line here. And this is, of course, a continuation of this severe weather threat that we had. And it looks like there's kind of a maximizing this severe weather threat here with multiple tornado warnings that are up in Atlanta at this time. So kind of an interesting thing to see there. Locally, again, we're clearing up at this point, and we're going to kind of get this out of here, and then I think we'll be good here. We do continue with the severe thunderstorm warning, so we're sticking with this because this is a bit of a more potent part of the line here that is blowing through Okaloosa County. Again, your next places in line: Niceville, Fort Walton Beach. Next places that we're worried about: Pensacola. Right now, you're on the back edge of this. This is starting to turn the page for you. It's starting to end for you here. Cantonment, Gonzales as well. Milton, you have light to moderate rain, some rumbles of thunder, but you're improving at this point. Crestview, we're almost at the point where we're going to be improving as well. So just keeping an eye on this. This is actually looking a little better for Pensacola at this moment. It's just kind of the far eastern parts of our area that still have stuff going on, Jen. I'm going to take a look at power outages real quick.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm noticing less and less lightning associated with it too, especially closer towards Pensacola. However, areas near Perdido Key, Anarity Point, Orange Beach, Wolf Bay, you're likely still hearing some of those rumbles of thunder. Central Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Bellevue, the Brent area down towards Gulf Breeze, Pensacola Beach. Not quite seeing as much of that thunder and that lightning. Even Cantonment, Molino, you're just about to see some of the calm conditions move in. It's going to turn quiet, not seeing as much rain, not seeing, you will still see some of those breezy winds, but instead of out of the south or associated with that line, they're going to be out of the north. Those breezy winds will continue with wind gusts closer towards 30 miles per hour for everywhere across the Foxton viewing area heading into tomorrow. It's going to be shifting out of the different direction though, bringing in some of that dry air. So keep that in mind. Sunday afternoon plans, it's going to be feeling a lot different out there. Jackets going to be needed if you're doing anything outdoors Sunday late afternoon and into the evening when we really start to notice some of those differences. But this line, as it's pushing through Okaloosa County here, just becoming a little more impressive again with those straight line winds. So Nicholas mentioned it earlier that we might see additional power outages in this area just closer towards Eglin, Niceville, down towards Fort Walton Beach, Wright, Florida, Navarre, Florida, and Windhaven Beach. So if you haven't seen it just yet, if you're still waiting on this line to move in and you're in Santa Rosa or Okaloosa counties in those areas, things will likely get a little bit more bumpy here with that severe thunderstorm warning, just where we could possibly see some of those wind gusts at the higher end, closer between 40 to 60 miles per hour at times, just as it's beginning to push in. But it's nice to see a lot of the folks in the comments here just saying it's calm, it's quiet here now. They joined us when it got a little loud, noticing some of that thunder, some of those winds, but things really starting to improve. But a reminder too, for anyone out there that's joining in on our coverage, if you have any of those damage reports, you can submit them here. That way we can pass them along to the National Weather Service. They like to have some of those reports. That way they can go back and continue just to do some research about the storm as it moved through and add in some of those damage reports. So we had a lot of those earlier with trees that were either down in the road, trees that fell on homes, unfortunately. But also, once we start to introduce that daylight closer towards 6:30, Nick already pulling this up, that you can submit your photos. You can do it right in the palm of your hand. A lot of folks are joining us either on our Fox 10 Weather app or on our Fox 10 News app, but you can head to our website or that Fox 10 Weather app, just scroll down, and that way you can submit some of those photos, some of those videos for you. We call it ground truth. It's how we can kind of verify some of the wind gusts that we saw move through, and we pass that directly along to the National Weather Service. So again, just submit your pictures and videos there. We had one earlier just closer, I believe, towards Camden, just showing some of that wind damage. Yeah. But as always, if you have any additional ones, especially once that sun begins to come up, you can always just submit those to us here at Fox 10.
And I do want to review some of the reports that we had. Thunderstorm damage in Monroeville reported by emergency managers. We've seen some severe wind gusts reported Covington, Alabama, just outside of our area. Have heard a couple reports of trees down in the Mobile area, kind of near the Interstate 65 area. One very close to us here at Fox 10, one of the reports. So again, this is the main deal. If you have any of those reports, please be sure to submit them in on the Fox 10 weather app. Going back to radar, I want to go to velocity on this real quick. Jen, this is maybe perking up a little bit here in Okaloosa County. Not really, but there's still some strong winds that are blowing in here. Very likely we could be seeing some very strong gusty winds. Galliver, Baker, Crestview here now getting some of that heaviest wind at this moment. Navarre now settling in. It is kind of taking a second for this to roll through. Only minutes away from Fort Walton Beach and Niceville here. Destin, very soon you'll be getting this as well. Some lightning associated with this. This is a continued severe thunderstorm warning. This will continue. When does this one continue until? This particular one, query this one for us. I'm pretty sure it was 4:30, but that kind of doesn't.
4:45.
4:45. Okay, 4:45 makes more sense than 4:30. Yeah, so 4:45 is when this continues until. Looking just off to the northern side, let's look to the northern side of Okaloosa County here. Still have some of that heavy rain. Look at the bright blues there in Crestview. That's probably very strong gusty winds. That is punching in on the back side of this line here. So we're probably feeling that in Crestview at this point. I don't know what our viewership is looking like right now, but if we have anybody in Crestview, please shout us out. Winds very strong right now in Navarre. Peyton, thank you for letting us know. And this is kind of what is happening here as we get the leading edge of this. That wind is going to start punching in. Wind velocity is just aloft at around 58 miles per hour, 57 miles per hour. And that is, of course, severe wind speeds. So this is kind of escalating very slightly here. It does look like we have some decent wind right now in northwest Florida. So do anticipate that you could have some limbs down. Maybe a tree down. That is always a possibility with a severe thunderstorm warning. 4:21 here this morning. This warning continues until 45 here, 4:45 for southern Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties. This is the only threat area that we have in the Fox 10 viewing area. The rest of this, if you're north of Interstate 10, anywhere else in the Fox 10 viewing area, you are done with the storms. Noticing even in a couple of small kinks on the leading edge of the line there. Good news, we have not had any tornado warnings so far, but we'll kind of keep an eye on this over the next little bit here. Not looking like any major kinks, but just kind of some ragged edges there. But the heaviest rain right now pushing through Crestview, pushing off to the east. Fort Walton Beach, north of Fort Walton Beach, there is, of course, less population here, but this will be getting to Fort Walton Beach and Destin kind of relatively soon here. Niceville as well. Kind of a heavier batch there in Walton County of rain as well as this pushed off to the east. Want to look, Crestview again. Yeah, there you go. See some of the heavy rain. Winds particularly strong there, 62, 66. Again, this is a loft, it's not the surface, but understand that some of this could get blown down to the surface. So you see these velocity reports here around 50, 60 miles per hour. And then, can we flip that to reflectivity real quick? Mm-hmm. Let's look at the back side of this. What's happening is we're getting the wind that is literally pushing in. It's almost like pushing through the line here. That's kind of driving the line down. And this is what we're feeling here. If you've noticed in some of the live cameras that we've shown you, the wind switches out of the northwest, and you can see the orientation of this line, that wind pushing in on the back side of this. Just ahead of this line, like in Niceville and Destin right now, you actually have a southerly wind that is happening. So it's the combination. You get turning of the winds there, and then as everything changes and the cold air actually starts rushing in immediately after this point. A couple things that we could check here. Levi talking about Crestview very loud there, feeling it, hearing it here in Crestview. Strong winds, heavy rain, thunder, some of the Crestview reports there pretty bad. In Gulf Breeze, wind strong in Navarre, all those reports there. One curiosity point, we can check this maybe is before we kind of wrap this up. I'm curious about temperatures and dew points and what those have been, what's been happening in our area as all of this has been kind of pushing out here. This is the strongest part of the line right now in our area that is about to get out of here. Navarre is getting it at the most at this point. You can kind of see, that's kind of interesting. There's a swath, it's where the cooler air is kind of pushed in there. I think that evergreen observation is outdated.
Yeah, it normally is a little bit delayed, but I mean the difference between Navarre and Crestview along with everywhere behind it, so we're still seeing those 70s right ahead of it, but on the backside, the 50s.
And it's something we pointed out early. I mean, we knew that this was going to be a quick change in temperatures out of this line. Wow. Dew points all the way down to the 50s at this point. We were in the 60s pushing 70 earlier, so quite the change there. And yes, that evergreen sensor is taking a second to update there. But an impressively dry air now working in, on the back side of the line of storms here as it's kind of pushing out of the back corner of our area. And the winds, wow, relaxing a decent bit out behind the line still. I mean, that's still 10 miles per hour, but you notice the wind shift that happens here out of the northwest, as we talked about with some of our live cameras, and then you still have that southerly wind, 14, 10, and then Crestview, where the storm is right now, we have 39 miles per hour as a gust, 29 gusting, that is at Pensacola International Airport as the storm is rolling on. That observation about 25 minutes old too, so probably still gusty there at this point, and now it's turning to a northwesterly wind as the line is actually getting through there. Highest wind gust we have seen over the past day or so. 43 was a wind gust in Pascagoula. We almost got to 40 in Mobile, almost got to 40 in Gulf Shores. Wow, at 3:51 in Pensacola not too long ago, we had a wind gust of 51 miles per hour, 32 in Evergreen, 44 miles per hour in Crestview, and 33 in Destin. Some decent numbers. That one, our closest one in Pensacola that we got to severe. But all of these places pretty much, other than Evergreen, all other places were not under any severe thunderstorm warnings at the point. We had some pretty decent gap in severe thunderstorm warnings today, with it ramping up again as it went into northwest Florida, Jen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so we're just starting to see this continue to push out of here. So that is going to be the good news. A lot of folks still joining us at this time. If you're wondering if it's okay for you to go to bed, again, our Mississippi counties, pretty much all of our Alabama counties too.
Yeah,
it's just going to be the Florida panhandle that we're tracking some of this. Even Escambia County, Florida, looking a lot better. Cantonment, Molino, McDavid, Pineville, Ferry Pass, you're right on the edge of it. Inslee, Bellevue, West Pensacola, Millview. Really starting to notice some of those improvements. So if you're just on the west side of I-110, closer towards I-10, then you can go to bed. You're going to be okay. Areas on the west side of I-110, on the south side of I-10, still just going to be noticing some of that heavy rain, specifically areas closer towards NAS Pensacola. Just still starting to see some of that heavy rain, including Sanders Beach, Warrington, Brent area, and just closer towards areas further towards the east are still fully engulfed in some of that heavy rain. Noticing less and less lightning still, Nicholas, just on the backside of the system. Isolated strikes closer towards NAS Pensacola, Grand Lagoon, Perdido Key. But other than that, the majority of it taking place closer towards Crestview.
And that is a good thing for us to see. Hey, and actually that looks like kind of Crestview's on the back end of that now at this point. New report coming in here. I just want to check kind of some of the things in chat.
Andalusia, I think, sits out to me there.
Yes, and this is a live look, by the way, in Orange Beach where, oh, it is so much calmer here now. Wow, there's like a clarity to the camera here. Still have rough surf at the beaches. Understand that we're going to have a high surf advisory that continues until 6 o'clock. So still rough surf happening at the beaches. I got a couple things here. So Weather Service has canceled the wind advisory. Canceled it entirely. Thunderstorm wind report here. Thunderstorm wind damage. This is in Grove Hill in Clark County. Numerous trees and power lines down across Clark County is the word from the emergency managers in Clark County. Again, from the storms that rolled through. Again, that is numerous trees and power lines down in Clark County. And this would have been while the line was rolling through around 1:45, 2 o'clock this morning. So we did have multiple reports of trees and power lines down with the thunderstorms that rolled across, especially in the northern half of our area. I have seen some other reports that were in Baldwin County and Mobile County as well, or I should say more Mobile County. And then last update here, northern Okaloosa County will be dropped from the warning now, pretty much. They will be dropped from the warning there, and their only focus point will be far, pretty much Niceville, Fort Walton Beach, and Destin here, even though it does look like those conditions, Jen, are improving just a little bit. Looking off to the east, I do want to look at Walton County real quick and take a look at what's going on over here, Jen, and that. If we could go to velocity, just a curiosity point. Just to see, I'm just investigating, just picking around. It is 4:30 in the morning. I'm just kind of curious of what's going on. You're good. Here we go. It looks like still, this is kind of an impressive thing to see all the air that is rushing in behind the main part of the line. I don't see anything there. Defunivac Springs, though, about to get in some of the heavier wind at this point. Niceville, this is the leading edge of it here. So this is actually just coming into you at this point. Probably the raindrops just beginning to fall at this point here. Fort Walton Beach as well, just beginning to fall here. Got another report here. This is kind of a hand wavy report. I want to read this one out. It's kind of cool. Different observations here across Covington County this morning. 24 miles per hour, 28, 33, 58 Andalusia, as we noted that one earlier. 20 miles per hour in Opp, Covington County in Opp, 36 miles per hour. So just kind of some of the thunderstorm wind gusts that we saw out there today. Again, we've seen already reports overnight tonight of some trees down in multiple spots. Multiple emergency managers are reporting multiple trees down in their county. What we're telling you to do is, if you wake up to this morning, and as we get first light, sunrise around 6:30 here, and you see that you have damage, be sure to send it in on the Fox 10 weather app. We want to be able to see those photos. So far, we've only gotten a couple. Really one major report of damage there, and it was just outside of our Fox 10 viewing area. So be sure to submit those photos there, and we would love to get those on air. Right now, Niceville, Fort Walton Beach, the leading edge of the storms is to you. Crestview, the back edge of the storms is to you. Let's go to Pensacola real quick. If you are in Gulf Breeze, you still have heavy rain that is ongoing, but this is the back edge. You're seeing significantly improving conditions. Pensacola as well. You're seeing improving conditions. The rain is pretty much stopped for you right now. now in downtown Pensacola. Ferry past Gonzales, you're fine as well. And of course, as we have clearly mentioned multiple times already, that Baldwin County, Mobile County, all of our Alabama counties are fine at this point. So Pensacola all clear at this point, except for the last little bit of this pushing through. NAS, Pensacola, you're pretty much done at this point. Lillian, Seminole, Perdido, you are done at this point with the storms here. The only focus point, pretty much Gulf Breeze, Milton points east as the line rolls through right there. So Gulf Breeze, you've got a couple minutes here for this. So you can see Gulf Breeze right here. You see the heavier rain that's right here, some of the heavier reds. That's going to happen. That's going to roll through for the next 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes if we're unlucky and it takes a second. But then that'll push through and you're done. You're pretty much fine now at this point. Is this a new?
Yeah, so they extended that severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like they just combined a little bit of those two that we had issued.
Yep.
But just barely holding on to portions of Santa Rosa there, and Okaloosa County. Mainly Okaloosa County is included in that, the southern half of it.
And I'm actually going to look at the text of that warning. Let's see, severe thunderstorm warning.
It looks like they extended it by about 13 minutes till 4:45.
Yes, so we're going to let those roll through. And I'll be honest, it has taken, the reason it's kind of taking a second, of course, is because the orientation of this line is really angled, very angled. So the southern portions of our area, it really takes a second for this to roll through here. So we're just going to kind of have to let this go. But again, severe thunderstorm warning continues until 4:45. We just want to stay with this, though. We might as well just see this thing out here. Once it starts to cross through Fort Walton Beach and Destin here. Even though I'll tell you, if you look at the signature on radar here, you see how this is kind of a nice block of steady orange, yellow, and red, heavier rain. You get a little bit more spotty here in the yellows and reds, so not as organized of a line, especially once you get offshore there, so less of a concern at this point. Fort Walton Beach right now, we're getting some of the heaviest rain that's just pulling in there. Also in Niceville, Florida. And I see, Jen, you're answering some of the comments there.
Yeah, just for folks that are asking if they're in the all clear. So a reminder that for areas closer towards Escambia County, Florida, Santa Rosa County, you might still just be partially included in that severe thunderstorm warning, but the majority of Navarre looking better in terms of that severe wind threat. You're still going to be experiencing possibly some breezy winds on the backside of this system, some of that heavy rain, some of that loud rumbles of thunder, some strong strikes of lightning out there, but it's mainly going to be areas closer towards Niceville, crossing over Eglin and down into Fort Walton Beach that we're monitoring the potential for some of those severe level winds. So that's going to be why that severe thunderstorm warning was extended just for about the next 13 minutes until we're waiting for a lot of this to push out of Okaloosa County here. So Santa Rosa County still experiencing some of those breezy winds, but the good news is that once you start to see this main line move through, things are really going to start to improve. We've mentioned it all morning long at this point. Just a reminder that for anything that you might have planned for tomorrow, it's going to be feeling a lot different. This is going to be a cold front that's moving through. Dry air is going to push in behind this. Tomorrow is going to be a little bit of an upside down day. Warmer in the morning, cooling down just slightly by the afternoon. Temperatures will be in the mid 50s. And then waking up Monday morning, it is going to be cold. Overnight lows right around freezing, waking up Monday morning, and wind chill values feeling like the upper 20s. So again, we had upper 70s, near 80 degrees, record-breaking temperatures, tying temperatures for the past few weeks here. And now what we're starting to see is a completely different day on the horizon, really a completely different week, when we'll have another cold front move through Wednesday, and then waking up Thursday, actual temperatures will be in the upper 20s, wind chill values right around lower 20s. So feeling a lot colder once we get closer towards that point. Hopefully you didn't put the winter coats away. The kids are going to be needing them, especially heading into this week ahead of us, waking up for the next few mornings. So do keep that in mind. Nicholas here is going to be pulling up your Pensacola planner.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead. Just give me a second real quick.
Fine.
I am going to pull together just a few things. We're going to kind of wrap this up here.
Just to talk about the forecast in the wake of this, because we've had a lot of questions about that for tomorrow for folks that might have some of those Sunday plans. So we're going to see this rain push out of here once we get towards sunrise. It's going to be drying out all across the Gulf Coast. So Sunday plans, you don't have to worry about any of those rain chances out there. This is going to be a sharp cold front that's moving in. In the wake of it, it's just going to be the big question, how do you dress for the day? And so by tomorrow afternoon, it's going to be feeling completely different, especially with some of that drier air that's moving in. So we'll be noticing some of those differences. So we'll run through your forecast here for Sunday coming up in just a moment for any of the folks that are holding on with us. I agree. Caitlin said that she can do more of the cold, just not more of the snow. And so I think that we're all in agreement here.
I was about to say.
Yeah, luckily not looking at that potential for the next few days. Just going to be some of that cold air that's filtering back in. So if you've been running the AC, it's going to be back to the heat heading into these next few days. Might still have to go back and forth on some of those days. But here's a look at those temperatures out there. Really noticing right where the cold front is beginning to push through. If you can start to see that yellow coloration over Crestview and Navarre, that's ahead of it. But even then, we've noticed those temperatures have already fallen. That evergreen sensor, that's behind. But everywhere behind this front, already seeing quite a few differences, Nick.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and run through this forecast, kind of get this over with here at 4:38 this morning. The last little bit of the storms rolling through Okaloosa County. Elsewhere across the area, we have cooler conditions that are going to be blowing in. I'll tell you what, we have probably already seen the daytime high for today. Yeah. We've probably already seen the daytime high for today. That occurred right around midnight for a lot of us.
And I was the temperature. Ron just pointed out. I kept saying tomorrow. I mean Sunday.
Yes.
We started this coverage before midnight.
I was about to say I've been up for I don't know how long. So you know that's just how we roll around here. So the forecast right now shows cooling temperatures right after the line of storms, also drier air rolling in here. You see temperatures, or excuse me, dew point temperatures that are in the 50s, 55, Mobile 54 and Fairhope. This is early here at 4:30 this morning. That is chillier and drier air that is rolling in. The clouds get out of here very early today. This is your planner for Pensacola, and you'll notice a northwesterly wind and temperatures that go down quickly later on this afternoon. 63, 55 by 6 p.m. and 49 degrees by 9 p.m. We see temperatures likely in the 30s overnight tonight. Here's a look at the planner for Mobile, and you can see 61 degrees, northwesterly wind that you'll notice around 15 miles per hour, 54 at 6 p.m., 9 p.m., 47 degrees. Here's those forecast highs for today. They already happened. Promise you they already happened. They happened around midnight with temperatures in the 60s. Those temperatures are tumbling, and overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, wow. Look at these numbers, 33 in Mobile, 34 in Fairhope, 36 in Gulf Shores and in Pensacola here. That's impressive. Even a 29 in Grove Hill. Some much colder air rolls in. This is associated with a cold front. Of course, the cold front passed with the squall line, passing pretty much right now early this morning. That's rolling through, and we get the colder air that pushes in through the day today, eventually wrapping up. I wanted to mention this. Rain chances over the next few days. We get another rain chance that comes in here. This will not be a severe weather risk, but it will be some rain, and a cool rain at that. By Tuesday night and Wednesday, a low pressure system developing in the northern Gulf. That'll slide south of our area, and you will see that we have decent rain chance there Tuesday night and into Wednesday as well. Forecast lows. It's going to get chilly again. It's not going to get snowy chilly, but it's going to get chilly. Look at these numbers going down to the 30s. That system passes on Wednesday, and then we go even colder for the end of the week. Here's the long-range forecast lows, and you can see 30, 27 for Friday. That is extremely cold, well below average as well. And then you see 34 and 36 degrees there. So that's the long-range forecast. A couple things that we're talking about. It's the current situation right now. That I can pretty much almost give an all clear. Destin is the only place that has some thunderstorms going on. We can almost give that all clear to the Fox 10 viewing area. Let's zoom in on this one last time. Fort Walton Beach, Destin, Niceville. This last little bit of heavy rain is rolling through here. That'll push out relatively shortly, probably within the next, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes here, and then we'll be good to go. You can give an all clear for almost all of Okaloosa County except for far corner here. Santa Rosa County, it's still raining. We can give you the all clear as well. This has been a busy day for us here, a very busy day, but great to see that we have improving conditions. So today is Sunday, February 16th, right?
Yeah.
We have parade 6:30 Dauphin Island. That is looking like a good forecast. Those temperatures, what are we talking about? 50s, 40s?
Mid-50s, but
chilly.
Just breezy. Yeah, so it's going to be chilly on Dauphin Island.
Down there on Dauphin Island for the parade this evening. And go back to the schedule. She's pulled the schedule up on the side monitor here. Next one, 20th, that's Thursday, order of polka dots, cold. Friday, February 24th, Inca, Cajos, that's an unfamiliar name to me for some reason. Apollo's Mystic Ladies and Daphne, that one, we're going to be cold for that one as well. Saturday, we start to see some improving conditions. KOER and Fairhope, a lot of other parades going on across the area. So this is the deal right now. Once again, we have this line that is rolling through here, and Jen, I think that we are about at that all clear point. So I think we're going to wrap this one up.
I think so too. Yeah, I think that this will be it for our coverage for this evening. So again, now that we're starting to see that leading line moving through, that severe wind threat has ended. You might still be seeing some of that heavy rain, some of the lightning, some of the thunder, a lot of that lingering closer towards Santa Rosa, Okaloosa County. So Navarre is still pretty active with some of that rain. But as far as the severe threat goes, it's mainly ended. It might just be a little breezy on the backside of that. We're introducing that northerly wind, Nick.
Yes, and then of course, as we talked about a second ago, those temperatures are going to be getting quite a bit cooler. So we thank you so much for joining us on Facebook Live. We walked you all the way through the storms here. Once they pretty much got to Mobile County, we rode them all the way to the end here. Thankfully, this event underperformed and we did not have any tornado warnings tonight, even though we had a rather significant risk. We did have some severe thunderstorm warnings. A couple last reminders before we go. If you have any damage reports, you can send them in on the Fox 10 weather app. Please let us know. Also engage with us on Facebook as well. Just search our names on Facebook. You can follow us there as well. For meteorologist Jennifer Lambert, meteorologist Nicholas Herbosa, we thank you so much for joining us for our live coverage of severe weather. We'll have more updates on the damage that we might have seen and the cooler temperatures coming our way on Fox 10 News this morning. That will be at 7 a.m.